Chapter 3581. Yi Shiwen withdrew his hand and looked at the Pantheon Emperor in front of him. He couldn't help but sneer. How could it be so easy to stop when you can't beat him? He had once been chased by the Pantheon Emperor and almost died tragically. For the Pantheon Emperor, Yi Shiwen was just someone who had accidentally escaped from his hands. From this point of view, Yi Shiwen's desire to kill him was far greater than the Pantheon Emperor's desire to kill him. The real reason why Yi Shiwen wanted to kill him was because the Pantheon Emperor had threatened Yi Shiwen with the annihilation of the entire race. For them, the weight of the entire race was probably not as important as themselves. Therefore, they couldn't understand Yi Shiwen's feelings. Yi Shiwen had carried the banner of the human race since the beginning of the myriad heavens and embarked on the road to the revival of the human race. He had done it once in the myriad heavens, and this time he would do it again. This was his Achilles heel and also his reverse scale. Anyone who threatened him with the human race would arouse his desire to kill. Protecting the human race had become Yi Shiwen's obsession. It had fused with his Tao heart, and he couldn't give it up. Wu Zun, do you want to fight to the death? The Pantheon Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen in shock and anger. If Yi Shiwen had said such words before, the Pantheon Emperor would only have disdained it. But now he didn't dare to completely ignore Yi Shiwen's words. With Yi Shiwen's strength, he was indeed qualified to fight to the death. However, he couldn't understand why Yi Shiwen wanted to fight to the death. This didn't make sense. Between heavenly venerables, life and death battles rarely broke out. This was because in the end both sides would suffer. This would only benefit the others. Even between the heavenly venerables of the outer domain and the fortune god dynasty, there weren't many situations where life and death battles broke out. Life and death struggle? Pantheon Emperor, you think too highly of yourself. What right do you have to fight to the death with me? Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. A fruit that emitted endless brilliance, and the aura of the law appeared in his body. Before anyone could see it clearly, he swallowed it. The moment the fruit entered his body, it instantly turned into a raging tide of energy that filled the sky and flowed into his limbs and bones. Boom! The aura on Yi Shiwen's body began to burst out, and it was much more terrifying than the peak state that Yi Shiwen had already burst out a moment ago. Yi Shiwen's strength had improved, and the only thing that could help him improve was the world tree fruit. The world tree fruit had finally matured after devouring so many heavenly masters' blood essences. Yi Shiwen's cultivation was merely at the 6th realm. In fact, he wasn't even at the peak of the 6th realm. The reason why he could fight with Pantheon Tian to this extent was purely because he was relying on the tyrannical strength of the virtuous, gilded tyrant body. And now his skills were finally going to explode. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years it would normally take to go from the 6th realm to the peak of the 6th realm? He crossed over in an instant. However, when he thought about how much heavenly venerate blood essence this world tree fruit had devoured, it wasn't surprising. In terms of the input and output ratio, it wasn't cost-effective. However, apart from the world tree fruit, it was difficult to find heavenly treasures in the world that could help a heavenly venerate skill soar. The blood essence of those celestial masters certainly had other wonderful uses in Yi Shiwen's hands. However, it wasn't as practical as transforming it into strength. Yi Shiwen didn't have the world tree fruit. He didn't know how many heavenly treasures he would have to find if he wanted to refine the blood essence into pills that could enhance his martial power. Moreover, the efficiency of refining pills would be much slower than it was now. However, Yi Shiwen had always been wasteful. He was just that capricious. Outsiders didn't know what Yi Shiwen had swallowed. They only saw that his skills had skyrocketed, which was extremely shocking. What did he swallow? What heavenly treasures? Many heavenly venerates revealed greedy looks in their eyes. It should be known that the cultivation of a heavenly venerate was extremely difficult. They didn't know how much of a price they had to pay for every step forward. However, Yi Shiwen had now revealed a treasure that could help a heavenly venerate's skills greatly. If this treasure had appeared in the hands of an emperor lord, they might have immediately snatched it. However, Yi Shiwen was different. The combat power that Yi Shiwen had displayed was enough for him to protect himself. Who would dare to snatch something from his hands? However, they were still extremely shocked in their hearts. More people realized that the balance between the two sides was suddenly unbalanced. They were suddenly leaning towards Yi Shiwen's side. At this time, Pan Tian 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 finally revealed a horrified look. At this time, Yi Shiwen had really revealed his trump card. Previously, Yi Shiwen was actually just teasing him. He didn't use his full strength at all. How could he, who had always been proud, accept this? He now understood why Yi Shiwen said that the battle couldn't end if he wanted it to. Yi Shiwen already had such an ability at this time. In front of him, Yi Shiwen's entire body was glowing. Even though the two of them were separated by millions of miles, they could still feel the dazzling light that almost filled the entire universe. I originally planned to reveal this trump card during the competition for the position of Eastern Celestial Lord. Now that I've used it to kill you, it's not a loss. Yi Shiwen indifferently said. It seemed as if he was talking about killing an insignificant nobody, and not the formidable existence who had once ruled the stormy sea area for countless years. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen moved. He moved slightly, and the universe around him collapsed. It was no longer stable. The power of time was disrupting everything. Even space was severely affected. His speed surpassed his own limits as he arrived before Pan Tian Tian Venerate and punched out. Bang! Even though Pan Tian Sovereign was hiding behind countless layers of space, he was still struck by the punch. The punch pierced through space and time, allowing him to see Pan Tian Sovereign, who was hiding behind space and time. Half of Pan Tian Tian's body exploded. It was just one punch. If Yi Shiwen and him were evenly matched before, then the current Yi Shiwen had already surpassed the limits of his fighting strength. He could feel that he couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Therefore, he was hit by Yi Shiwen's punch. However, this was just the beginning. Yi Shiwen pounced on him again and engaged in a fierce battle with the Pan Tian Sovereign. With a muffled groan, the Pan Tian Sovereign was blasted away again. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his body. It was pierced by Yi Shiwen's sword. As time went by, Yi Shiwen's advantage was getting bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, the Pan Tian Sovereign's advantage was being worn away little by little. Yi Shiwen's strength was improving, and his advantage was expanding. Little by little, it turned into an absolute advantage. Even in this situation, Pan Tian Venerable wasn't willing to give up. He was still fighting back. Every time he attacked, he was extremely decisive, ruthless, and elegant. However, he would always be interrupted by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was stronger and faster than him. These 2 points had completely suppressed him. As a result, Pan Tian Venerable's counterattack could only be displayed in a very small range. It couldn't erupt at all. Even if he could occasionally attack Yi Shiwen with his magical powers, it would be dissolved by Yi Shiwen's Qi of Merit. He couldn't break Yi Shiwen's Golden Body of Merit. Golden Body of Merit! The Pan Tian Sovereign had lived for countless years. Naturally, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He didn't recognize it at first, but he soon recognized that the key point of Yi Shiwen's martial arts was this Golden Body of Merit. If it weren't for this Golden Body of Merit, he wouldn't be so passive. Yi Shiwen wouldn't be his opponent in the past. Even if his martial arts had improved greatly, he would at most be tied with him. It was impossible to suppress him to such a sorry state. However, with the addition of this Golden Body of Merit, Yi Shiwen had become extremely difficult to deal with. He roared unwillingly. What kind of virtue and ability did this martial venerable have? What kind of great merit did he have to obtain so much power of virtue to create the Golden Body of Virtue? Everyone knew the benefits of the Golden Body of Merit. The Pantheon sovereign had also thought of creating the golden body of merit. However, he quickly gave up because he knew very well how much power of merit was needed to condense the golden body of merit. It was simply unimaginable. He had ruled the Stormy Sea region for countless years. He didn't know how many riots he had quelled, but he had never obtained so much merit. Because the Era battlefield was too far away from the Fortune world, the matter of Yi Shiwen helping to destroy the 7th Gold Era had not been passed down. Therefore, he could not imagine what kind of meritorious service Yi Shiwen had made to be able to form the golden body of virtue. He had attacked Yi Shiwen's body several times. However, he could only leave a palm print. He couldn't penetrate Yi Shiwen's defense. The defense of the virtuous, gilded body had already reached such a level. It was simply unimaginable. Bang! When the Pantheon sovereign was blasted away by Yi Shiwen again, it was difficult for him to face Yi Shiwen, whose strength had skyrocketed no matter how hard he tried to defend. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was increasing at a completely unscientific speed. It was as if there was no limit. What the hell is that fruit? The Pantheon sovereign gritted his teeth. He couldn't think of anything that could increase the strength of a celestial sovereign to this level. His body had already been smashed into pieces. Yi Shiwen's strength was too great. He could even easily pierce through a world. It was normal for his body to be smashed. Yi Shiwen roared and trampled down with his foot. He wanted to trample the Pantheon sovereign's body and spirit into pieces. Roar! The Pantheon sovereign roared. He wasn't willing to die like this, especially to be trampled to death by Yi Shiwen's foot. His origin combusted. His origin, which was already riddled with holes due to the previous injury, started to burn crazily. The terrifying power brought about by the combusting of the law origin brought about a formidable power. It made him fly out in an instant and avoided Yi Shiwen's fatal kick. Chapter 3582. At the brink of death, Pantheon Venerable finally erupted. He burned his own origin and flew tens of millions of miles away, escaping from Yi Shiwen's attack range. Huff, huff, huff. Pantheon Venerable was constantly panting. His body had been blown up, and he had finally recovered with great difficulty. His body was burning with golden flames, emitting traces of the great path nomological laws. Those were the nomological laws that Yi Shiwen had slashed on his body. For ordinary injuries, Pantheon Venerable would only need a breath's time to recover. However, the nomological injuries were directed at the origin of the great path, so he had no way to expel them in a short time. In a battle between heavenly venerables, the slightest mistake could result in death. There was simply no time for him to do so. Yi Shiwen was very strong. What was even more terrifying was that he was still getting stronger. Under such circumstances, Pantheon Venerable simply had no way to resist. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry, because victory was already in his grasp. He was also waiting for his strength to climb to the peak of the 6th realm. Only then would he be at his strongest. Originally, he had planned to conceal his strength until the Eastern Heavenly Venerable selection. However, it seemed that he could not do so now. However, it was fine. As long as he displayed enough strength, some indifferent Heavenly Venerables would automatically withdraw and not participate in the competition. There were pros and cons. He watched as Pantheon Venerable extinguished the nomological flames on his body one by one. They were left behind when he slashed down. Pantheon Venerable was indeed terrifying. Although he could not expel them, he could temporarily seal these nomological flames to achieve the same effect. Without the interference of the nomological flames, Pantheon Venerable's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His entire body was emitting a dazzling brilliance. The endless nomological laws turned into divine chains that twined around him. From afar, he looked like the core of a huge storm. Celestial light fell like rain. The nomological laws that were originally invisible to the naked eye were now visible to the naked eye as pillars of light that appeared in front of everyone. They crisscrossed like a huge net that divided the world. You've really surprised me. You're just a junior that has attained the Tao for over 10,000 years, yet you're actually able to force me to this extent. If I'm not careful, I might really die at your hands. Coiling Sky Venerable took a deep breath and quickly recovered to his peak. His recovery speed was very fast, but Yi Shiwen had become even stronger. This made his expression turn grave. Every time he breathed, he would absorb an endless amount of spirit energy. With just a casual breath, he would be able to absorb a vast amount of spirit energy. This was to replenish the energy that his body had consumed in bed. He opened his arms and continued to make hand seals. He was about to display a secret technique. At this time, a small crack appeared in the sky. As time passed, this crack became bigger and bigger. An incomparably huge palace slowly appeared in the galaxy. It looked like a huge star. It was incomparably huge and exuded amazing auspicious colors. Then it became increasingly blurred and became semi-invisible. Then it flew onto Coiling Sky Venerable's body and enveloped him. This was the Pantheon Palace. It was a heavenly destiny Tao artifact that Coiling Sky Venerable had refined. He hadn't expected that he would need to use the Pantheon Palace. Previously, Yi Shiwen's battle had been too fast, so he hadn't had any chance to summon the Pantheon Palace. Due to the Pantheon Palace's characteristics, it existed as the base camp of their forces. Therefore, he hadn't brought it along with him. It would take time to summon it. He hadn't had the time to summon it before. Now, Yi Shiwen had finally given him the time to summon it. As the Pantheon Palace attached itself to his body, the aura of Coiling Sky Venerable's body suddenly skyrocketed by many times. The nomological laws that were like light pillars between the heavens and the earth became even larger. Each pillar seemed to penetrate the entire universe. It was extremely terrifying. Wu Zun, you'll regret it if you force me to this extent, Coiling Sky Venerable said coldly. His palm slowly rose, emitting an astonishing multicolored light. A sky full of light rain scattered in all directions. He finally slammed his palm down. Boom! The heavens and the universe trembled violently. Countless vast planets were trembling in the face of this terrifying power. When this palm fell, it actually emitted the light of time. Countless fragments of time scattered between the heavens and the earth like a light rain. Using the power of time in the form of palm force is really tyrannical. Yi Shiwen's face appeared extremely resolute under the illumination of this light rain. Although he was facing the extremely powerful Coiling Sky Venerable, his expression didn't change. His expression was incomparably indifferent. At this moment, Coiling Sky Venerable was even stronger than before. This was him at the peak of his stage. Yi Shiwen had also become stronger. Therefore, the battle that erupted between them would only be more terrifying than before. Even many celestial venerables exclaimed in surprise at such a technique. Coiling Sky Venerable's technique had truly reached an extremely terrifying level. It had surpassed time. If he was allowed to recover to his peak, perhaps the scene of him ruling the Stormy Sea region would reappear. The rule of the outer domain was far more violent than that of the Fortune God dynasty. This was because the Fortune God dynasty didn't have a true imperial court. No one dared to oppose it. In order to rule the Stormy Sea region, it was unknown how many powerful enemies had been killed. Even celestial venerables and emperors had died. Only the corpses of these people could pave the throne. This was also the reason why Coiling Sky Venerable wasn't willing to act casually. Many people were afraid of him, and many people were eager for him to die. However, it was not up to him at this moment. If he didn't use his full strength, he would die. In front of him, the phenomenon of time turning back actually occurred. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch this kind of time turning back. In this world, if there was something that even celestial venerables couldn't study thoroughly, it would be time. Time and space formed the two most fundamental elements of this world. However, Yi Shiwen made a surprising move. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. It directly blasted into the light rain formed by time. He wasn't afraid of the corrosion of the power of time at all. If it was in the past, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have dared to touch this light rain so rashly. However, now that he had achieved the meritorious tyrant form golden body, there was nothing to be afraid of. The power of time couldn't corrode his meritorious tyrant form golden body. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. Yi Shiwen's fist and Coiling Sky Venerable's palm collided fiercely. In an instant, an earth-shattering collision erupted. The terrifying power reverberated back to both sides, immediately triggering many strange phenomena on both sides. Bursts of golden light overflowed from Yi Shiwen's body, eliminating this power. Meanwhile, the phantom of the Pan-Heavenly Palace appeared on Coiling Sky Venerable's body, blocking this power outside. Thump, thump, thump. Coiling Sky Venerable retreated a few steps in succession. Only then did he finally remove the shock brought by Yi Shiwen's attack. His face changed slightly because this meant that Yi Shiwen's skill had surpassed him. Even if he took back the Pan-Heavenly Palace, he couldn't reverse this trend. He only felt that his qi and blood were boiling. This boiling was caused by Yi Shiwen's attack. It wasn't easy for him to launch the power of time in the form of the light rain. It consumed a lot of his qi and blood. However, Yi Shiwen's strength seemed to have no bottom line. He was constantly getting stronger. He finally understood that if he continued to delay, it would be a dead end for him. In an instant, Coiling Sky Venerable roared. He pounced on Yi Shiwen like a madman, trying to kill him. Terrifying attacks broke out one after another. The divine light that was emitted all over the sky interweaved into countless waterfalls, directly blasting towards Yi Shiwen. The entire world was silent. Everyone was looking at the scene. It was too terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen took a step forward and spread out his 5 fingers. Every finger would burst out with an immortal light, which transformed into a sword aura. These sword auras interweaved into a dense net and also counterattacked. Rumble! Endless attacks broke out again. Yi Shiwen's qi and blood were terrifyingly vigorous. He attacked without any scruples. However, Coiling Sky Venerable wasn't so good. The Pan-Heavenly Palace on his body constantly manifested. Under the slash of Yi Shiwen's sword qi, cracks appeared one after another. His qi and blood were surging. He felt that the power in his body was about to explode. In just a short period of time, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood again. In this fierce confrontation, Yi Shiwen became stronger and stronger, while he became weaker and smaller. Even the law flames formed by the great way that Yi Shiwen had slashed out broke free from the seal and wreaked havoc on his body again. His physical body had suffered so many attacks at the same time. The power was unimaginable. Almost instantly his body exploded again. The fresh blood exploded like rain, splattering everywhere in the universe. Everyone held their breath. Coiling Sky Venerable had exceeded his limits again and again, erupting with his peak combat power. However, he was still suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's combat power made many celestial masters put him on the list of the most dangerous. Kill in one blow. Yi Shiwen roared. Above his head, the martial honor seal flew out. It was also emitting endless light of merit. It was a sacred tool of merit. Its power was also the top celestial master Dao tool. Yi Shiwen hadn't used it since just now. Now he finally used it. He wanted to kill Coiling Sky Venerable in one blow. Suddenly, at this moment, several attacks swept across the sky. They swept directly towards Yi Shiwen to interrupt his attack. Rumble! Yi Shiwen didn't care about anything else. Coiling Sky Venerable screamed and was beaten into ashes. Chapter 3583. Boom! Countless attacks fell on his body while Yi Shiwen was killing Pan Tian Sr. They transformed into streamers of light around his body. They couldn't break through the defense of his virtuous, gilded tyrant body. Yi Shiwen looked up and saw that at the end of the endless void, several figures were faintly discernible. They were the heavenly venerables from the outer domain. They had interfered with him at the most critical moment. These foreign heavenly venerables hadn't appeared before, but now they had finally made their move. No one had intervened when Yi Shiwen had beheaded ancient chaos heavenly venerables. That was because ancient chaos heavenly venerables had crossed the boundary. So it wasn't convenient for the heavenly venerables of the Stormy Sea region to intervene. Therefore, they had borrowed Yi Shiwen's hand to eradicate these people. However, Pan Tian Venerate was different. Pan Tian Venerate was a heavenly venerate born and bred in the Stormy Sea domain. Many heavenly venerates still remembered the shadow of his rule in the Stormy Sea domain. Therefore, he had waited until the last moment before finally making his move. Pan Tian Venerate had already suffered serious injuries, and no one knew how long it would take for him to recover. Yi Shiwen looked a little annoyed. The celestial venerables of the outer domain had acted in unison. However, they had managed to rescue a wisp of Pan Tian venerables soul amidst the chaos. With the strength of a heavenly venerable, he would be able to recover sooner or later as long as he had a wisp of his primordial spirit. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't angry about this. After all, although a wisp of Pan Tian Venerable's primordial spirit had escaped, he might still be very powerful in the eyes of others. After recovering for a period of time, he would make them tremble. But to him, Pan Tian Tian could no longer be a threat. By the time Pan Tian 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 spent tens of thousands of years to recover to his current realm, he would already be unimaginably strong. However, he was angry that he had made a mistake and nearly allowed them to rescue Pan Tian Tian Venerate. His gaze was like a torch. When the heavenly venerables from the foreign domains sensed it, they immediately felt a little numb on their backs. They were all heavenly venerables, so it was impossible for Yi Shiwen's gaze to make them feel any discomfort. It was also impossible for him to kill them with his spirit. However, they had seen how Yi Shiwen had bravely beheaded several celestial masters in a row, so they felt a chill down their spines. Yi Shiwen coldly looked at them and finally said, "All of you, get out of the eastern region, or else I will kill all of you." Yi Shiwen's ultimatum made their expressions turn ugly, but in the end, none of them dared to make a move against Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's appearance also made them understand that the rumor of the Fortune God Dynasty's army's annihilation was probably false. This was enough to shock them. According to the information they had received, it was impossible for the Fortune God Dynasty to escape and ascend to the heavens. It was precisely because of this that they dared to make a move. In the end, they were told that their previous judgment was wrong. With Yi Shiwen's return, it wouldn't be long before the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army returned. Although the foreign allied forces were in full swing, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm afraid that a bloody battle will be inevitable when the time comes. In fact, I might even have to cough up the spoils of war that I've swallowed during this period of time. After confronting each other for a while, the foreign Empyreans were finally the first to be unable to hold on, and they left one after another. Yi Shiwen grabbed the corpse of Pan Tian Tian into his inner world and used it to water the world tree. After all, Pan Tian 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 was an existence who had once reached the peak. After watering the world tree with his blood essence, the world tree's fruit began to show faint signs of ripening again. It was much more useful than killing ancient chaos, Heavenly Master, and the others. After the world tree's fruit ripened, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to break through to the seventh realm and become a high-level Empyrean. Without the world tree's fruit, it would be impossible for Yi Shiwen to improve his cultivation in such a short period of time. Even if he had the mysterious space to improve his understanding of the great Tao, it wouldn't work. This was because any understanding of cultivation would ultimately be implemented into the improvement of skills. After killing Pan Tian 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 Tian, Yi Shiwen returned to the Eastern Empyrean Palace and immediately issued a decree summoning all the Empyreans in the eastern region to discuss the strategy to resist the foreign army. It wasn't that Yi Shiwen didn't want to rush in front of those Empyrean Palace and start a massacre. However, Yi Shiwen even felt a few auras that were stronger than him, so he refrained from making a move. The foreign region was also filled with experts. If it weren't for this, the foreign region would have long been conquered by the Fortune God dynasty. It could even be said that the overall strength of the foreign region was above that of the Fortune God dynasty. It was just that for so many years, no one and no force could unify the foreign region, so these forces were wasted. Yi Shiwen originally didn't have the qualifications to summon these Empyrean Palace. However, before returning, he had obtained the authorization of the Middle Empyrean Palace, so he could mobilize the Eastern region's forces to resist the Stormy Sea region's coalition forces. At this time, if they dared to disobey, then they would be truly going against the Fortune God dynasty, especially now that the Eastern Empyrean Palace had become a Middle Empyrean Palace. He could mobilize the entire Fortune God dynasty's forces. Whoever dared to disobey his orders would be going against the entire Fortune God dynasty. That would be truly courting death. Therefore, Yi Shiwen wasn't worried. He directly sat in the Eastern Empyrean Palace and waited for them to appear. They hadn't appeared just now. After watching the show for so long, it was time for them to come out. After Yi Shiwen's decree was issued, the first person to appear was none other than the red-robed Xianyuan Empyrean. He was also the first Empyrean Yi Shiwen had seen after achieving Tao. After more than 10,000 years, the aura exuding from Xianyuan Empyrean was still unfathomable. Even now, Yi Shiwen couldn't completely see through his strength. He only knew that he was definitely a high-level Empyrean. Even if his strength wasn't comparable to a middle Empyrean, it wasn't too far off. At the very least, he was in existence, not inferior to the Moon City Lord. If it wasn't for his cultivation reaching this level, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have known that there was such a tyrannical existence hidden in the eastern region that was comparable to the Eastern Empyrean. If it was before, Yi Shiwen wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to him. But now his combat strength was also comparable to a high-level Empyrean. If he used the supreme ancestral symbol, he could even fight with the Moon City Lord. The situation was naturally different. Brother Xianyuan Empyrean, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. Congratulations. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. What does this count as? I've only been making no progress for more than 10,000 years. But you've just achieved Tao 10,000 years ago, and now even Pan Tian Tian almost died in your hands. Hee, you're really something. Xianyuan Empyrean said, when he was still in power, don't be too arrogant. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would end up like this. Xianyuan Empyrean's words implied that he had interacted with Pan Tian Tian back then, which was why he was so emotional about the impermanence of the world. Perhaps even the craziest person back then would never have thought that Pan Tian 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 would fall in the hands of a junior. Now, although Pan Tian 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 had luckily escaped with a strand of his soul, in reality, it was no different from dying. He had already lost touch with the rest of them. In the upcoming great changes, if he didn't get the opportunity, he would never have the chance to catch up to them. Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. When he was ruling the Stormy Sea area, I don't know how many sins he had committed and how many people he had offended. If those Empyreans of the Stormy Sea area had intervened earlier, I might have had the chance to injure Pan Tian 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 to this extent. Yi Shiwen sneered. At this time, how could he not understand that those Empyreans of the Stormy Sea area had decided to intervene at this time? They clearly wanted to save Pan Tian Tian Tian, but they didn't want him to be in his peak state. It could also be said that the sins he had committed in his early years were karma. Everything was predetermined by the heavens. It was just that when he was at his peak suppressing the entire Stormy Sea area, and no one could resist him. He never thought that he would have to pay the price in the future. Because the existence of Empyreans was eternal, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to die of old age. Who would have thought that there would be such a future? But since brother is also here, why didn't you do anything and watch the foreign allied forces kill their way here? Yi Shiwen said with a hint of reproach in his words. Ever since he found out that those Empyreans had become turtles, Yi Shiwen had been hiding a bit of anger in his heart. Xian Yuan Tianzuan didn't care. He could naturally see that Yi Shiwen was a bit angry, but he still opened his mouth and said, Wu Zun, do you think this matter is so simple? Do you think that everyone has become turtles? I felt at the moment the foreign forces invaded, but at that time there was an old friend that I hadn't seen for a long time looking for me to talk about old times, so I couldn't get away. Although Xian Yuan Tianzuan didn't say it clearly, but Yi Shiwen still understood. What old friend? It was most likely an old enemy. To be able to stop Xian Yuan Tianzuan, this person must not be a simple character. Even in the Stormy Sea area, he must be one of the strongest. Then Xian Yuan Tianzuan's expression became a bit dignified, saying, This time the foreign allied forces have been preparing for a long time. It definitely wasn't because they heard the rumor that the Fortune God Dynasty's army had been destroyed. With the Fortune God Dynasty's strength, even if the Fortune God Dynasty's army was completely destroyed, they still wouldn't be completely defenseless. At least we are still in the Fortune God Dynasty, but even we were delayed. Not only did I meet an old friend, many other old friends also personally came to visit. This time, the foreign allied forces didn't have any Empyreans, and even if there were, they weren't powerful characters. Even your sword arts avatar was able to defeat them, because the real powerful characters are all visiting us. Do you think that now that you've returned, everything is over? Even if a middle Empyrean returns, the real trouble has only just begun. Chapter 3584. Do you think that everything is over now that you've returned? Even if a middle Tianzuan returns, the real trouble has only just begun. Xian Yuan Tianzuan said with a faint smile, What do you mean? Yi Shiwen frowned slightly and said, In his opinion, once the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army returned, it would only be a matter of time before the allied forces retreated. No matter how much of an advantage they had at this time, in front of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's absolute strength, they would still be badly battered. If they didn't want to be beaten black and blue by the Fortune Divine Dynasty, it would be best for them to retreat to the outer world with their current harvest. As for whether or not the Fortune God Dynasty would retaliate, that was a matter for a long time to come. The entire Fortune God Dynasty was in a mess. Even if the Fortune God Dynasty returned, it would take a long time to sort out the mess, especially since the problems that had been exposed in this matter could not be underestimated. Moreover, the position of the Eastern Heavenly Lord hadn't been chosen yet, so there were still a lot of things that would give him a headache. The Fortune Divine Dynasty had never had a tradition of swallowing a grievance after suffering a loss. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, was the Fortune Divine Dynasty's tradition. Therefore, it could be expected that a series of big actions would follow. Just when Yi Shiwen thought that Xian Yuan Tianzuan was referring to this matter, Xian Yuan Tianzuan continued, If you think that this matter is as simple as the foreign allied forces taking advantage of the Fortune God Dynasty's absence, then you are gravely mistaken. Isn't that so? It's not that I'm underestimating them, but with the Fortune God Dynasty's strength, they have no chance of winning. Yi Shiwen said as he took a sip of immortal tea. This expedition to the epic battlefield had allowed Yi Shiwen to witness the true strength of the Fortune God Dynasty. The foundation of the Fortune God Dynasty was far more than what everyone had imagined. Moreover, they had only mobilized a portion of the Fortune God Dynasty's strength. If the local tyrants were included, they hadn't even mobilized half of the Fortune God Dynasty's true strength. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had personally witnessed the dreadfulness of the Dominator's Dao tools in this battle. It didn't matter whether it was the heaven-opening devil axe or the fortune of the universe map. Either one of them had the potential to change the outcome of a battle. It was fine if the foreign allied forces escaped quickly, but if they were too slow, they would really die. They wouldn't even know how they died. In front of this power, even an Empyrean seemed completely useless. I also know what your confidence is. Under normal circumstances, the Scroll of Fortune Universe is indeed very effective. But if you think it will be useful this time, then you're too naive. Xianyuan Tianzuan took a sip of tea and slowly said, under normal circumstances, the universe creation map would naturally be able to suppress this group of evil. However, the one you've provoked this time is completely different. Do you still remember when you were trying to kill Heavenly Venerate Ancient Chaos? Heavenly Venerate Pantheon warned you not to kill Heavenly Venerate Ancient Chaos. Is it related to the person behind Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord? Yi Shiwen frowned and asked. He immediately thought of the existence that the Pantheon Sovereign had once mentioned. Given the status of the Pantheon Sovereign, he was not inferior to the Eastern Sky Sovereign and the others. Although he could not be compared to the past, he was still someone who had once dominated a region. No matter how one looked at it, he was not a simple person. But when he mentioned that existence, his words were still full of fear, and he even wanted to take Yi Shiwen's head to appease him. This was simply unbelievable. At that time, the Middle Sky Sovereign and the others were already the top existences. Who could make the Pantheon Sovereign so afraid? Yes, it is related to the person behind Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerate. If I were you, I would also not choose to kill Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerate. Xianyuan Tianzuan said. What? Even you are afraid of that so-called existence? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. First, the Pantheon Sovereign said so, then the Xianyuan Tianzuan also said so. This made him a little curious. He had always been decisive in doing things, never regretting, because there was no use in regretting. At that time, with the situation of Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate, he had no choice but to kill. Because at that time, Swordmaster's avatar could only maintain a high level of combat power for a limited time, and the range was also limited. If he did not kill, the human race might have been exterminated by Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate. With the situation of the human race at that time, no one could stop Ancient Chaos Heavenly Venerate. Even if there was a super master behind Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Venerate, Yi Shiwen would not be lenient. I'm not afraid, but I am very afraid. If you knew his identity, you would also be afraid of him, Xianyuan Tianzuan said. I can tell you this, when the Middle Sky Sovereign returned to the Fortune Divine Capital to take away the Fortune Universe map, I saw him. He was indeed a bit stronger than me. But I can tell you that even the Middle Sky Sovereign was not his opponent. In the current era, no one is qualified to be his opponent. No one in the world is his match. Yi Shiwen's spirit was slightly shaken. What kind of person was a Middle Sky Sovereign? Not to mention the Fortune Divine Dynasty, even in the countless ancient eras. He was one of the top existences. It could be said that in those ancient eras, those who could be mentioned in the same breath as a Middle Sky Sovereign could be counted on one's fingers. As far as he knew, probably only the demon Dao era's demon, Venerable Rahu, could be mentioned in the same breath as a Middle Sky Sovereign. Even with Yi Shiwen's current situation, he had to admit that a Middle Sky Sovereign was much stronger than him. Moreover, that mysterious person was even stronger than a Middle Heavenly Master. This made Yi Shiwen curious about him. Yes, in the current era, no one is his opponent. His previous opponent was the Good Fortune Heavenly Lord. Xianyuan Tianzuan said, because of the mention of the Good Fortune Heavenly Lord, even the usually cynical Xianyuan Tianzuan had to be serious. The Good Fortune Heavenly Lord. Yi Shiwen's pupils slightly widened. In the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the Good Fortune Heavenly Lord was undoubtedly a legend among legends. Everything related to him was a legend. Fortune Heavenly Monarch's life was a legend. When the Fortune God Dynasty's people were trembling under the rule of the foreign domain's creatures. It was he who stood up, defeated countless powerful enemies, and single-handedly founded the Fortune God dynasty, creating the current situation. Therefore, everything related to him was a legend and a myth. With the strength and achievements of the good Fortune, Heavenly Lord, he could be said to be invincible, and those who were qualified to be his opponents were few and far between. Most of them were directly killed by him, and those who could be called his opponents were few and far between. Yes, he is one of the few people that can be called an opponent of the Fortune, Heavenly Lord, called the Chaotic Overlord. Before the Fortune, Heavenly Lord was born, he was the number one person in the Fortune world. When the Fortune Heavenly Lord was establishing the Fortune God dynasty, he and the Chaotic Overlord had fought several times, and several times they were evenly matched. Even though the Fortune Heavenly Lord grew stronger and stronger and gained the upper hand, he was never able to truly defeat the Chaotic Overlord. In the end, a life and death battle broke out between the two, and it was in this battle that the Fortune Heavenly Lord finally broke through and reached the realm of the Supreme Ruler. In the end, he defeated the Chaotic Overlord and sealed him until now. Chaotic Overlord, Yishuin said, "It seems that the person behind Ancient Chaos, Heavenly Lord, is him." Indeed, Ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord is the youngest pro-disciple of the Chaotic Overlord, and also the only pro-disciple of the Chaotic Overlord. The other pro-disciples were either killed by the good Fortune Heavenly Lord during the rise of the Fortune God dynasty, or by other masters of the Fortune God dynasty. This is his only pro-disciple, and you killed Ancient Chaos Heavenly Lord, so you're in big trouble. Xianyuan Tinzuin said with a faint smile, "If it was me, I would also be afraid because I'm all alone, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But you are different. The human race is your biggest weakness. You can't escape. You're in big trouble." Yishuin frowned. "What's wrong? Wasn't the Chaotic Overlord sealed? He can still come out? Could it be that the seal's time has already passed?" Xianyuan Tinzuin nodded and said, "From the time the Chaotic Overlord was sealed until now, who knows how many years it's been, the seal has already loosened. This time, if not for the Chaotic Overlord's appearance, the foreign allied forces would not have been able to organize. After all, the foreign world has been divided for so many years. Even a giant like Pantheon Tinzuin could not truly command all the foreign creatures to obey his command. Can it be resealed?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I'm afraid it's impossible. Do you know the location of the Fortune Universe map? It is in the place where the Primal Chaos Overlord is sealed. For many years, the Fortune of the Universe scroll has not been activated unless it can be activated. Even when the foreign armies invaded the divine capital of Fortune last time, the Fortune of the Universe scroll was not activated, other than the fact that the foreign armies that invaded the divine capital of Fortune at that time were not enough to pose a fatal threat to the divine capital of Fortune. The other reason is that the Fortune of the Universe scroll cannot easily leave. Especially in recent years, the seal left behind by the Fortune Divine Lord has become more and more loose. So it needs the Fortune Universe map to suppress it. Even so, it can only delay the time for the seal to be broken. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that we had no choice but to fight against the heaven-splitting demon axe, I would have personally reinforced the seal. But without the Fortune Universe map, it was only a matter of time before the Chaotic Overlord came out. At that time, several of us joined hands and spent a long time to finally fill the hole left by the Fortune Universe map. Otherwise, the Chaotic Overlord would have already come out." Yi Shiwen suddenly realized why the Middle Heavenly Master had taken such a long time to bring the Fortune of the Universe map back. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. Chapter 3585. At that time, the Middle Heavenly Venerate must have fallen into a dilemma. If he didn't take away the Fortune Creation Universe map, the demonic era and the other ancient eras would firmly occupy Moon City and use it as a stronghold to send an endless stream of troops. With this loophole, the armies of the ancient eras could march straight into the Fortune God dynasty. At that time, the situation would be dire. Such a thing happened in the current era when the demonic era conquered the fortune creation universe map. In terms of a single epoch, no epoch could compare to the martial epoch. Even the demonic epoch was far inferior. However, compared to the strength of all the ancient epochs, the martial epoch would not be able to match its strength. If they occupied a breakthrough point, they would be able to send in a steady stream of troops. In the end, the entire era would be in danger of being lost. But if they took away the fortune creation universe map, it might give the unparalleled authority suppressed within a chance to come out. That was the powerhouse suppressed and sealed by the fortune creation heavenly venerate. He was unrivaled in the current era. Relatively speaking, the destruction of an era was more dangerous. Therefore, after careful consideration, the middle heavenly venerate could only choose the lesser of two evils. At this time, he finally understood what Xian Yuan heavenly venerate meant when he said this was the beginning of the trouble. Although the fortune god dynasty had successfully recaptured Moon City and chased away the demonic era and the other ancient eras, Moon City had been destroyed. This place would become the weakest point of the entire era's battlefield, requiring a large number of troops to guard it. Internally, the primal chaos overlord's seal would also be broken. An unparalleled authority was about to come out, which would have a huge impact on the fortune god dynasty's rule. It might even topple the fortune god dynasty's rule. The current situation could be said to be filled with internal and external troubles. It might even be the most dangerous situation in recent years. This fortune creation, heavenly venerate, has done things cleanly. He actually left such a terrifying time bomb in the fortune god capital. It's too dangerous. At this point, Yi Shiwen could not help but complain. The fortune creation, heavenly venerate's hands were simply not clean. He actually left such a huge time bomb here. If he had been in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would have killed him directly. After all, he wouldn't have left such a big hidden danger behind. Yi Shiwen wasn't a person who killed people like flies. However, he was also a decisive person. He knew who should be left alive and who shouldn't be left alive. This kind of existence that could pose a direct threat to the fortune divine dynasty should have been dealt with a long time ago. Otherwise, such a big flaw would not have been left behind. This was a problem that even a middle Empyrean couldn't deal with. Xian Yuan Tianzuan smirked. Although he didn't know what a time bomb was, he could understand what it meant. I don't know about that, but I'm sure Fortune, Heavenly Lord, must have his reasons. Xian Yuan Tianzuan squinted his eyes, took a sip of immortal tea, and said, Yi Shiwen ridiculed in his heart. Does Lord Good Fortune intend to test his descendants? Such a reason is a bit too ridiculous. But now that we have driven out the ancient era's army, we will soon be able to dispatch the army back. At that time, the Fortune Creation Universe map will also return, so it should be able to suppress it again. Yi Shiwen said, In theory, yes, but in reality, you can't look at it that way. As the seal gradually loosens, the power of the chaotic overlord will become stronger and stronger. In this case, the Fortune Creation Universe map that was originally used to suppress the chaotic overlord will not be able to suppress it anymore. Xian Yuan Tianzuan continued. The original seal did not require the use of the Fortune Creation Universe map. So you probably heard that in the early years, the Fortune Divine Dynasty had used the Fortune Creation Universe map to settle some problems. But in recent years, it hasn't been used anymore. It's because the Fortune Creation Universe map is used to suppress the chaotic overlord. However, the Fortune Creation Universe map's fierce reputation is still there, so the foreign armies don't dare to provoke it. Yi Shiwen nodded. Many problems that he didn't understand before were suddenly solved. The Fortune God Dynasty strength was still very strong, but the problems that the Fortune God Dynasty faced were also very thorny. It was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Now you finally understand what kind of trouble you've provoked. The chaotic overlord can come out at any time, and once he comes out, I'm afraid you'll be the first to bear the brunt. Even if he can't come out for the time being, there are still cracks on the seal. If a part of his soul escapes, it will probably transform into an extremely powerful existence. It's this soul incarnation that is able to command so many foreign armies. Xianyuan Tianzuan said. It seems that in order to deal with him, only the Lord of Fortune Divine Dynasty can reappear. Yi Shiwen said. That's right, in this world, only the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord can seal him. At that time, the difference between him and the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord was only half a step away from reaching that unprecedented level. In the end, the Fortune Creation Heavenly Lord managed to take that step, but at that time he was only one step away. In the current Fortune God Dynasty, whether it's me, the Middle Heavenly Lord, or anyone else, no one can compare to him. Xianyuan Tianzuan said without hiding anything. The gap between him and the Chaos Overlord was also a fact. Is the Fortune Creation Universe map still not enough to suppress him? Yi Shiwen asked. Suppress? Xianyuan Tianzuan sneered. Even if it's the Fortune Creation Universe map, the power it can unleash depends on the person using it. If the Lord of Fortune Divine Dynasty was still alive, then he would naturally be invincible. But if it's us, then the power would be greatly reduced. Against the same level of Lord of Fortune Divine Dynasty, it would be extremely powerful. But for a master like the Chaotic Overlord, there are too many tricks up his sleeves. Yi Shiwen immediately understood the meaning of Xianyuan Tianzuan's words. In other words, even with the Fortune Creation Universe map, it could only be regarded as self-defense. It would be impossible to defeat the Chaotic Overlord unless one reached the same level as him. In the future, the best-case scenario for the entire Fortune world would be divided into two parts. Unlike the previous situation where the Fortune God Dynasty was in charge, this time it would truly be divided into two parts. With the Chaotic Overlord in charge, the golden age of the foreign domains would soon arrive. Even if they couldn't defeat the Fortune God Dynasty, maintaining the offensive and gaining the upper hand would be a very simple matter. The situation of a stalemate inside and outside would be the real test for the Fortune God Dynasty. Now, we can only hope that the Chaos Overlord can look at the big picture. What good is there in destroying my Fortune God Dynasty? It will only benefit the Ancient Era. And once the Ancient Era invades, even the Chaos Overlord won't be able to stop them. The reason why the Outer Realms were able to enjoy so many years of peace was because of our Fortune God Dynasty. Xianyuan Tianzuan said with a hint of worry. For a person as carefree as him to say such words, one could imagine how much pressure the Chaotic Overlord exerted on him. Although the era he was active in wasn't that chaotic era, it wasn't too far away after all. He had truly felt the huge influence of the Chaos Overlord. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who had never heard of the Chaos Overlord, he could understand its horror. Different situations call for different actions. Since it is only a matter of time before the Chaotic Overlord is born, then we shouldn't think too much about it. At worst, we will just fight. Right now, the only thing I am worried about is the appearance of his main body. Whatever spirit incarnation or whatever, I am not worried about it. If it appears, then we will destroy it, Yi Shiwen said with a sigh of relief. He didn't know how powerful the Chaotic Overlord's main body was, but if it was just a spirit incarnation, then no matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be a big deal even if it was on par with the Moon City Lord. He had almost killed the Moon City Lord in the past. Now that he was even stronger, and he had also obtained a blessing in disguise by cultivating the meritorious tyrant form Golden Body. What was there to be afraid of? If he encountered the Moon City Lord again, as long as he was willing to pay a huge price, he was absolutely confident that he could kill the Moon City Lord. It was just that Yi Shiwen felt that paying such a huge price to kill the Moon City Lord was not worth it. However, Yi Shiwen had never underestimated the primal Chaos Overlord, even though he said so. After all, the primal Chaos Overlord used to be a great enemy of the Lord of Good Fortune. Only a few people had obtained such a title since ancient times. Among these people, The chaotic overlord was known as the #1 person in the world. His strength was so strong that he could almost become a sovereign lord and compete with the Lord of Good Fortune, Demon Ancestor, and the others. There was a saying that one's level could be seen from his enemies, and this was fully reflected in the chaotic overlord. Xianyuan Tianzuan looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. It seemed that Yi Shiwen wasn't bragging or boasting. Obviously, he really had the ability. At this time, the news of Yi Shiwen escaping from the Moon City Lord and seriously injuring him had yet to spread, so he didn't know. However, he knew that if Yi Shiwen dared to say such a thing, then he must have some ability to deal with the chaotic overlord's spirit incarnation. It was just that the chaotic overlord's spirit incarnation was not that easy to deal with, and even he didn't dare to say that he had complete confidence in winning. Otherwise, he could directly kill his way to the chaotic overlord's spirit incarnation. Wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? It's best that you have confidence in yourself. If you can't handle it, you can always ask the middle Tianzuan for help. Xianyuan Tianzuan said without hesitation, "From now on, the world is full of troubles." After Xianyuan Tianzuan arrived at the Eastern Tianzuan mansion to attend the meeting, the other Tianzuan also came one after another. In the end, none of them had the courage to go against the decree of the Fortune God dynasty. This supreme majesty was dyed with the blood of countless traitors, and no one dared to go against Yi Shiwen, who had obviously come on behalf of the middle Tianzuan. Chapter 3586. After Xianyuan Tianzuan, the person who appeared at the Eastern Tianzuan residence was none other than the heavenly Dao sect's patriarch, one of the most powerful figures in the Eastern territory. Not only was he one of the most powerful figures in the Eastern region, but he was also one of the most powerful forces in the entire Fortune divine dynasty. The fact that heavenly Dao was able to rule over the world proved that he was an extremely powerful figure. In fact, this was Yi Shiwen's first time meeting the heavenly Dao sect's patriarch. The heavenly Dao sect's patriarch didn't give Yi Shiwen any face and sat down, facing Xianyuan Tianzuan from a distance. "You're here. You still have that scowl on your face. It's been so many years." Xianyuan Tianzuan said with a hint of pity. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the two of them had crossed paths over the years. Facing Xianyuan Tianzuan's words, even the heavenly Dao sect's patriarch couldn't change his expression. He only coldly glanced at him, then looked at Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also paying attention to the heavenly Dao sect's patriarch. The grudge between Yi Shiwen and the heavenly Dao sect had already been formed twice when he first arrived at the Fortune God realm. Yi Shiwen casually killed one of the heavenly Dao sect's emperors, and the heavenly Dao sect's revenge came one after another. But at that time, the heavenly Dao sect probably didn't care about Yi Shiwen at all. Compared to the behemoth that was the heavenly Dao sect, Yi Shiwen wasn't an ant, but the result was the same. Later on, Yi Shiwen's growth speed was extremely fast. In the end, the grudge between the two sides was resolved by the Eastern Tianzuan. The heavenly Dao sect still gave the Eastern Tianzuan some face, and their actions against Yi Shiwen decreased a lot. Or it could be said that Yi Shiwen's growth speed was too fast, so it wasn't suitable for them to do anything. Now that the page between the two sides had been turned over, the relationship between the two sides couldn't be considered good, especially when Yi Shiwen chose to lead the human race to join the Fortune God dynasty's camp. This naturally put the heavenly Dao sect in the opposing ranks of the commoners. It had been a long time since the Fortune God dynasty's people wanted to be independent, and the heavenly Dao sect was the leader among them. However, this was something that everyone in the world knew. Why did the Fortune God dynasty give the heavenly Dao sect a way out, especially in the Eastern region? Everyone knew how powerful the Eastern Lord was. The Silver Moon clan and the heavenly Dao sect were considered as one clan and one religion in the Eastern region. However, the heavenly Dao sect didn't give a damn about the Fortune God dynasty at all. Yi Shiwen had thought that the heavenly Dao sect was a very powerful person. Compared to the situation in the other regions, the eastern region only had the Silver Moon tribe and Heavenly Tao sect before the rise of the human race. After the Silver Moon tribe bowed to the human race, only the Heavenly Tao sect was able to become the strongest force in the eastern region, independently supporting the people's resistance against the Fortune Divine dynasty, becoming the leader of these resistance forces. In fact, in the eyes of the Fortune God dynasty, besides the Heavenly Tao sect, the other so-called powerful forces didn't even have a heavenly master. As for the other regions, there were at least a few super sects and super powerful clans like the Heavenly Taoism and the Silver Moon clan that could barely contend with the celestial venerables of the other regions by joining forces. Only the Heavenly Taoism was an exception, and it managed to do so by itself. The saying that the Heavenly Tao sect was the leader of the world's great sects was spread under such circumstances. It was indeed because of the Heavenly Tao sect's foundation, because the Heavenly Tao sect's true strength was actually a peak Heavenly Master. He might be a little bit weaker than a middle Heavenly Master, but he wasn't any weaker than the Moon City Lord. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. The Fortune God dynasty was indeed full of experts. Besides the Heavenly Masters of the various regions and the City Lords of the 10 Divine Cities, there were still such forces hidden among the commoners. These people didn't seem to be on good terms with the Fortune God dynasty, but in fact, if necessary, they had to obey the Fortune God dynasty's orders and serve the entire Fortune God dynasty. After all, the confrontation between the Heavenly Tao sect and the Fortune God dynasty was different from that of the other regions. There was no fundamental conflict between them. It was just a competition between the Fortune God dynasty and the Heavenly Tao sect in the process of development. The Fortune God dynasty's foundation was built up bit by bit over countless years. With the Fortune God dynasty's framework here, everyone had no choice but to work for it. Just like him, didn't he also have to work for the Fortune God dynasty? It was just that this process was mutually beneficial. He had obtained great benefits through the Fortune God dynasty. The Fortune God dynasty had swept away many obstacles for him and provided him with a lot of resources. In addition, he had also made many great contributions to the Fortune God dynasty. However, Yi Shiwen felt that the Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch wouldn't compete for the Eastern Heavenly Master's position given his status. This was because he was the leader of the commoners' forces. In fact, his influence wasn't any less than the Eastern Heavenly Master's. If he gave up for the Eastern Heavenly Master's position, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch, it could be said that if not him, who else could it be? Of course, with his status, the Fortune God dynasty wouldn't allow him to participate in the competition. Wouldn't it be a ridiculous joke for the leader of a commoner's force to become the Eastern Heavenly Master? Lord Heavenly Master, please. Yi Shiwen raised his teacup and gestured. The Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch nodded slightly. He still didn't have a good expression on his face. In today's world, there was probably no one worthy of his attention. With his status, he wasn't inferior to the Heavenly Masters of the various regions. Moreover, his strength wasn't inferior to theirs. Guarding the Heavenly Tao sect's territory was also free and unfettered. Naturally, he wasn't willing to look at other people's faces. He was willing to be moved by Yi Shiwen because Yi Shiwen's speed of growth was really shocking. Although Yi Shiwen's current strength was really terrifying in the eyes of many people, in his eyes, it wasn't enough to move him. What truly moved him was Yi Shiwen's speed of growth. He couldn't help but pay attention to Yi Shiwen because Yi Shiwen had used the Heavenly Tao sect in his first battle in the Fortune God realm. At that time, the Heavenly Tao sect's patriarch was high and mighty, so he naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. But from the time Yi Shiwen appeared in the Fortune God dynasty until now, a total of less than 20,000 years had passed. He was only a 4th realm emperor when he first appeared, but now he could even kill heavenly masters. With such a shocking cultivation speed, the heavenly Tao sex patriarch didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, and how many great fortunes he had obtained to achieve his current cultivation. In fact, if he didn't know very well, he would even think that Yi Shiwen was the reincarnation of an ancient heavenly master. No, even the reincarnation of an ancient heavenly master wouldn't have such a speed. With his many years of experience and knowledge, he could only say that this was a miracle. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Yi Shiwen could be on equal footing with them. Even a lonely person like Xian Yuan, heavenly master, could chat and laugh with him. This was indeed not something an ordinary person could do. What's the situation at the epic battlefield now? The heavenly Tao sex patriarch thought for a while and finally asked. He didn't go to the epic battlefield to fight, but didn't mean that he didn't care about it at all. On the contrary, he was very concerned about it. It was because he knew how terrifying those ancient eras were that he was especially concerned about the results. If Moon City couldn't be recaptured, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the fortune world was destroyed, no eggs would remain intact when the nest was overturned. Speaking of this question, Xian Yuan, heavenly master, also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to ask this question clearly. Now, there was no one else who came back from the epic battlefield except for Yi Shiwen. So if they wanted to know the real and accurate news, they had to find out from Yi Shiwen. The ancient era has been driven out, but Moon City has also been destroyed. I don't know how much time and energy it will take to rebuild it. Facing the two of them, Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything and directly told them the situation. Anyway, when the others rushed back, this news couldn't be hidden anymore. The expressions of the two finally changed. Before going to the battlefield, no one had thought that there would be such a dangerous situation, especially since even the good fortune universe map had been moved away. In their opinion, it was indeed foolproof. Even if the demon era used the heaven-splitting demonic axe, it would be useless. In terms of true strength, the Fortune God dynasty still had an overwhelming advantage. But now it seemed that this overwhelming advantage was almost used by the demon era to turn the tables. TSK, this demon era is really ruthless. In order to scheme against us, they even schemed against the other ancient eras. Xian Yuan, heavenly master, also clicked his tongue in amazement. This was simply not as simple as being ruthless. If they won this war, then it would be fine. But if they didn't achieve the desired effect, then the blame of the other ancient eras would be unavoidable. However, considering that those ancient eras also had deep hatred for each other, and that it wasn't just a day or two of war, everything was understandable. In any case, the deep hatred wasn't just a day or two, but you've completely destroyed their strategic plan. Now, those people from the demon era probably hate you to death. Xian Yuan, heavenly master, said with a loud laugh. The heavenly church's hierarch couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, although Yi Shiwen was strong, he was far from being able to change the situation of the battle. Even so, he was still able to achieve such a result in the epic battlefield. Indeed, he was not an ordinary person. Hate them to death. Hate them to death. But this war can be considered a lose-lose. Apart from the Demon Era's army that left early, the other ancient era's allied army suffered heavy losses. Each era had heavenly masters falling, and although we have my reminder, we still lost a third of our army. In addition to the 10 Divine Cities army, the losses in the Battle of Moon City and the Moon City being razed to the ground, overall, no matter how you look at it, it can only be considered a lose-lose. Yi Shiwen said with a hint of regret. In a situation where they had the advantage in defense, both sides still suffered heavy losses. One had to admit that the Demon Era was indeed powerful. Chapter 3587. This battle was also a slap to the face for the Fortune God dynasty. Since the establishment of the 10 great divine cities on the battlefield of the eras, they had never suffered such a huge loss. If it wasn't for the Fortune God dynasty's deep foundation, any other force would have been defeated long ago. This battle couldn't be considered a complete victory. Fortunately, they managed to reclaim Moon City in the end. In fact, most of the ancient era's allied forces were eliminated. This was the greatest achievement of the Devil Dao era. This was really ironic. The heavenly Dao sect leader and Shenyuan Tianzunling Ren didn't say anything either. This battle wasn't a good thing for them either. Although they were opposing the Fortune God dynasty on a small matter, in essence, they were still bound together by the Fortune God dynasty. After the heavenly Dao sect leader arrived, some other people also arrived. These people could be considered old faces. They were the people that Yi Shiwen had rescued on the path of creation. Compared to their previous dire situation, their current situation was much better. Many of them had already recovered to the equivalent of the 6th realm and even the 7th realm. It was already very hard for them to recover to this extent in such a short period of time because they were lacking too much. For them, being trapped on the path of creation for all these years was undoubtedly a stagnation. Looking at these heavenly venerables, Yi Shiwen suddenly understood why the Fortune God dynasty had rescued them. The existence of these heavenly venerables was extremely important to the Fortune God dynasty. With them, the Fortune God dynasty's strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, for the local super sects and super races in the eastern region, their appearance would undoubtedly cause another problem: the competition for resources and territories. For the original rulers like the Heavenly Dao sect and the Silver Moon clan, these heavenly venerates who returned later were undoubtedly a huge challenge. Of course, the human race that Yi Shiwen represented was actually also a rising star. He was in the position of a challenger. However, relatively speaking, it was still acceptable because the human race had risen by swallowing the heaven-devouring demon clan's territory. In fact, the conflict between the human race and the heaven-devouring demon clan was not that big. In addition, Yi Shiwen's strength was still very weak. The foundation of the human race was also shallow, so he was still far from being able to challenge a religion or a race. But with the return of these veteran Empyreans, things were completely different. Under normal circumstances, the rise of an Empyrean would take a very long time, and there would be enough time to restore the balance of power bit by bit. But now, a group of them had suddenly appeared, and each of them had the desire to divide up the eastern region's territory. Thus, the final result would only be a fierce conflict. With so many heavenly venerables acting at the same time, rivers of blood would flow and mountains would change color. This level of chaos was something that the Fortune Divine Dynasty could not allow. This was also the reason why, after these veteran heavenly venerables returned, other than taking revenge on the forces that had suppressed their sects and tribes, they had not taken any action. Other than the fact that they weren't in peak condition, their words weren't firm. More importantly, the Fortune Divine Dynasty was pressuring them from above. This was also the reason why they didn't take action during the foreign allied forces raid. Since the Fortune Divine Dynasty didn't allow them to fight, then they would borrow the foreign allied forces' hand to clear up the territories. When the foreign allied forces retreated, the forces that had been invaded would either be annihilated or surrendered to the enemy. Needless to say, annihilation was a given. Even if those who surrendered to the enemy didn't die, they would be crushed to death by the foreign allied forces. Killing many birds with one stone, everyone was happy. Of course, this happy party didn't include the Fortune Divine Dynasty. This time, when the foreign allied forces retreated, the Fortune Divine Dynasty suffered a heavy blow in one fell swoop. From all aspects, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's control over the world was lacking by a little bit, especially since the Fortune Divine Dynasty had too many sworn enemies, and now they had begun to rebel. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a headache. These Empyreans usually looked aloof and aloof, but in fact, when it came to fighting for territory, there was no difference. When these Empyreans saw Yi Shiwen, they revealed a faint smile and stepped forward to greet him. Although they were all senior Empyreans, Yi Shiwen's strength had won their recognition. They had seen Yi Shiwen's invincible might when he killed several great Empyreans. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had saved their lives before, so they naturally had to accept this favor. All right, now everyone is here. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Empyreans and said, "Before we get down to business, I have another matter to tell everyone. I believe everyone wants to know the current situation on the battlefield. These days, I've heard a lot of rumors, so I'll tell everyone all at once. This time, my Fortune Divine dynasty won a complete victory and inflicted heavy losses on the Ancient Era. The Devil Path Era retreated with the heaven-splitting Devil Axe, not daring to come to Full Moon City." Yi Shiwen said faintly. Although this was a Pyrrhic victory for the Fortune Divine dynasty, he was not wrong in saying so. The Ancient Era had indeed suffered heavy losses, and the Devil Path Era had also escaped with the heaven-splitting Devil Axe. However, Huang Xiaolong did not mention the price that the Fortune God dynasty had to pay. Actually, there was no need to hide these things, but these veteran heavenly venerables were more cunning and difficult to control. Before the Fortune God dynasty's main force returned, Huang Xiaolong needed to subdue them. The other Empyreans did not doubt him and nodded. This was a matter of course. With the Fortune Divine dynasty's strength and the Fortune Universe map, it would be strange if it wasn't so. Only the Heavenly Tao, Sect Master, and Shenyuan Empyrean knew a little. So, I don't want any strange rumors to spread. Now the Eastern region is mostly in the hands of people like you and me. Pass down my order. Stop these rumors. Yi Shiwen said faintly. Everyone nodded. They were very clear about what those rumors were. Even if they wouldn't lower themselves to spread such rumors, they more or less secretly acquiesced to it. Now that the Fortune Divine dynasty's main army had returned, they naturally had to stop the original rumors. Now that everyone knows that the main army is returning, you can rest assured. What we need to do next is to organize a coalition army to counterattack and drive out the foreign coalition army. I don't care about what happened before, but from now on, if anyone dares to slack off, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Shiwen said, "Fellow Taoists, you don't need to doubt whether I have the means or the qualifications." Before returning, the Middle Heavenly Venerables had entrusted the Eastern region's affairs to me, so I think I am qualified to take charge of the overall situation. Yi Shiwen had returned first. The Middle Heavenly Venerables still needed some time, but it was only a matter of time. The main thing was that the Middle Heavenly Venerables still needed to stay in Moon City for a while. They were afraid that the demonic era would come back with the heaven-splitting demonic axe. If that happened, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. If someone else wanted to take charge of the overall situation, I wouldn't be convinced. But since it's fellow Taoist Wu, I think there won't be a problem. At this time, a veteran Heavenly Venerable said. At this time, Yi Shiwen's life-saving grace for these veteran Heavenly Venerables played a huge role. It would have been impossible for them to accept a junior as the leader of the Allied forces if that wasn't the case. In fact, they wouldn't have agreed even if it was the dean of the Heavenly Tao sect. So, they wouldn't have agreed to it, unless it was a legitimate ruler of the Eastern region, like the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. However, at this time, they still owed Yi Shiwen a huge favor. Naturally, they wouldn't go against Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the Eastern region really needed such a backbone now. For various reasons, they didn't plan to stand out, so they could only let Yi Shiwen be the leader. Yes, I also agree. I don't agree with anyone except Wu Daoist. The other veteran, Heavenly Venerables, also nodded and echoed. They also realized what it meant for Yi Shiwen to return as a representative of the Middle Heavenly Venerables. It meant that he was the successor of the Eastern Heavenly Venerables. Originally, the Middle Heavenly Venerables' recommendation of Yi Shiwen as a candidate was just a joke. In terms of connections, he didn't have any. In terms of achievements, he didn't have any. In terms of strength, he didn't have any. But now, when Yi Shiwen met all the requirements, he became a hot topic in everyone's hearts, especially when he swept the outer Heavenly Venerables, led by chaotic Heavenly Venerables. It shocked these veteran heavenly venerables who were watching from afar. He was decisive and ruthless. He was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, forming a good relationship with Yi Shiwen was forming a good relationship with the future Eastern heavenly venerables. The most important thing was to avoid the future Eastern heavenly venerables making things difficult for them in the future. At this time, everyone looked at Xianyuan heavenly venerables and the heavenly Tao sect master who were sitting in their seats. At this time, only the two of them hadn't expressed their opinion. And these two were the top heavenly venerables in the entire Eastern territory. If this plan couldn't get their approval, then it would be a joke. Why are you all looking at me? I have no opinion. Xianyuan heavenly venerables saw everyone looking at him and immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In any case, you guys can make the decisions. I'll just be a hired thug and help the Allied forces solve some problems. Xianyuan heavenly venerables had always been free and unrestrained, and his unrestrained nature was vividly reflected here. He, a dignified peak heavenly venerables, was being compared to a hired thug without any hesitation. This made the other heavenly venerables sweat profusely. Didn't this mean that they were also the so-called hired thugs? Thinking of this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then they all turned their attention to the heavenly Tao sect master. As if finally noticing everyone's gaze, the heavenly Tao sect master thought for a long time before finally saying, "Heavenly Tao sect can fully cooperate with the Allied forces without any objections." Chapter 3588. With the heavenly Tao sect, the most powerful behemoth in the Eastern region, also agreeing to join the coalition army, the entire Eastern region had at least superficially united around Yi Shiwen. This news quickly spread throughout the Eastern region. Suddenly, the morale of the major forces in the Eastern region was boosted. Under the pressure of the foreign coalition army, they trembled. The pressure was too terrifying. They could die at any time. Now that the Eastern Region Coalition Army was about to be organized, and there were many celestial masters leading it, they had the basic confidence to fight against the foreign coalition army. With the formation of the coalition army, Yi Shiwen issued a decree for the foreign coalition army to withdraw from the outer region. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. However, in the face of Yi Shiwen's final ultimatum, the foreign coalition army did not respond at all. They acted as if they did not hear it. They continued to attack the Fortune God dynasty, and the wealth they plundered was continuously transported back to the outer region. In the face of such a situation, everyone knew that the final battle was inevitable. Yi Shiwen began to mobilize the forces of the Eastern region. Various super clans and super sects sent a large number of elite experts to obey the order. Many emperor lords came out of their closed-door training like rain and joined this unprecedented army. The forces under the command of these celestial masters were the most elite in the entire Eastern region. Even the group of people that Yi Shiwen gathered in the name of the human race, although they were also elites, their numbers were far inferior. Even the Fortune God dynasty had to rely on the power of these people to rule the fortune realm. It was not unreasonable because they themselves were part of the Fortune God dynasty's power. Elite troops were mobilized from various battlefields and rushed to the front line. Countless soldiers wore iron armor and held iron spears, fighting on the endless, cruel battlefield. Millions, hundreds of millions of troops formed a dark cloud that covered the sky. There were always many emperor lords shining between heaven and earth like stars. This was the power of the entire Eastern region being mobilized. It was also the power that allowed the middle heavenly masters to fight on the epic battlefield without worry. Compared to the foreign coalition army that was attacking now, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Powerful war beasts were as large as stars, were fortresses stretched out endlessly like mountains. On the other side of this army was the allied army of the outer realm. They were all incredibly powerful beasts, each as large as a mountain. There were even powerful emperor-level beasts that looked like stars. They traversed the void and even crossed provinces and prefectures. Unlike the Fortune God dynasty's army, most of these foreign allied forces' armies did not have any formations, but the tyrannical aura they exuded was able to affect everyone and defeat all experts. Order against chaos. After the army was finally assembled, many Empyrean venerables finally arrived. The one leading them was none other than Yi Shiwen. He was wearing an armor. It was the Heavenly Master Taoist tool-level armor that he had obtained when he had beheaded the Purple Eye Emperor. It was the clothes of destruction. This was a rare treasure. Yi Shiwen had killed many Heavenly Master experts since the beginning of the battle. However, it was the first time that he had obtained a defensive armor of this level. Although he thought that his body was invincible, he had to be careful in a battle of this level. Otherwise, he might die. These foreign allied forces were not weak. On the contrary, they were very strong. They were a formidable opponent. This was also the first time that he had organized such an allied army and led such an army to fight. However, this did not require much of his methods, because in front of a true powerhouse, all schemes and tricks were useless. Both sides were evenly matched in strength. Only a battle could determine the outcome. It's time to determine the winner and loser with these foreign beings. Yi Shiwen and the others stood at the forefront of the army. There were also Empyrean venerables around him. Each of them was powerful enough to shake the world. Even the veteran Empyrean venerables, who had been imprisoned for a long time, had regained their will to fight. They did not lack such experiences. As long as they regained their will, they would become invincible gods of war. Opposite them were the Empyrean venerables of the foreign domains. These Empyrean venerables were vaguely hidden in the layers of the void, facing them from a distance. The eastern region had organized a coalition army. How could such a big matter be hidden from these foreign allied forces? They also knew that this was not the time to use tricks. The invincible state they had before could no longer be recovered unless they could defeat the eastern region coalition army in front of them. Therefore, they all came and no longer hid. The Empyrean venerables were finally going to have a battle between the king and the general. Otherwise, it would not be enough to move them. Behind them, one after another, powerful tribes that were famous in the Stormy Sea area also emerged. Each creature looked so ferocious and terrifying. A battle of this level was bound to result in heavy casualties. However, they had no choice but to come one after another. Groups of experts tore through the void and arrived. They were densely packed, and the area within 10 million miles was filled to the brim. It was as if a torrent of people had gathered, wanting to break through all obstacles. At this time, the armies of both sides had gathered. The real battle was on the verge of breaking through. Just such a confrontation had already made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. At the highest point of the foreign allied forces, a throne appeared out of thin air. On this throne, there was a withered old man with white hair. He looked no different from an ordinary old man, but his eyes were unimaginably deep, as if he could see through the entire void. Yi Shiwen found this person familiar. This person was none other than the owner of the spirit that was attached to the clothes of destruction in the hands of the Purple Eye Emperor. He turned out to be the supreme commander of the entire foreign allied forces. All the Empyrean venerables had to obey his orders. Yi Shiwen had some doubts in his heart. Since when was there such a master in the Stormy Sea area? He alone seemed to be able to suppress hundreds of millions of troops. Yi Shiwen had only seen this kind of monstrous aura from the Moon City Lord and others. It was another master of this level. It's time to reclaim the supreme glory of U.S. Outlanders. But now, there are people who want to stand in our way. What should we do? The old man's aged yet vigorous voice spread throughout the entire battlefield in front of the army of billions. Kill! Below him, endless roars of fury rang out, mountains toppling and seas overturning. It was like thunder, and the entire sky was trembling, spreading throughout the entire eastern region. Countless living beings were trembling in front of this mountain-toppling, See draining, killing intent. This monstrous killing intent turned into a physical entity, forming a gale that swept in the direction of the Eastern Region Allied forces. Someone wants to take my home, destroy my people, and destroy my teachings. What should I do? At this time, Yi Shiwen also roared, "Kill, kill, kill!" The Eastern Region Allied forces were also stirred up by Yi Shiwen's roar. Their fighting spirit was boiling. A huge roar swept up a terrible storm that was no less than that of the foreign Allied forces. Rumble! The momentum of the two sides directly collided in the center of the battlefield. The terrible pressure could be imagined. It was almost like the military souls of the two armies collided. In this case, the military souls of both sides were awakened and collided. The entire space in the center of the battlefield turned into nothingness, revealing endless chaos. Before the battle began, a terrible power had already erupted. Kill! Yi Shiwen roared. Behind him, a celestial master personally blew the horn to attack. The horn in his hand was also refined from the bones of a foreign celestial master. When it was blown, the entire sky and stars trembled. Only celestial masters could blow it. Woo, 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 woo. That deep and loud horn represented the signal to attack. At this time, the Winter Rain Alliance army finally moved out. The army poured out like a flood, densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Looking from afar, it was as if the sky and earth had collapsed and were pouring towards you. Ordinary people would be scared to death at a glance. At the same time as the Eastern Region Allied forces blew the horn, the foreign Allied forces finally moved. Boom! 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 A huge drumming sound came. This kind of drumming sound was dull, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, it formed a kind of frenzy, like a vast ocean, tearing everything apart. It swept out in all directions and spread to the entire battlefield. In the middle of the foreign Allied forces, a foreign celestial master also personally beat a war drum. The drumstick in his hand was a blood-red drumstick. Every time this drumstick was beaten, the sound wave formed was integrated into the body of the foreign Allied forces. Suddenly, the foreign Allied forces seemed to be boiling all over their bodies. Their whole body was filled with a fighting spirit. Their eyes became blood red. This was also the consistent fighting method of the foreign Allied forces. What formation, what discipline, it was all fleeting clouds here. As long as their most violent instinct was stimulated, they could tear any strong enemy apart. The foreign Allied forces finally moved. It was like a ferocious beast that had been imprisoned for a long time and was released in an instant. It completely broke out and instantly swept out like quicksilver. Roar, kill, fight. Endless roars covered everything and also shook the ninth heaven. This was a battle that determined the life and death of the Eastern region. If the Eastern region won, they could survive and drive the foreign Allied forces out. If they lost, the entire Eastern region would not have enough strength to resist these foreign Allied forces. Success or failure, it mattered everything. The horns and war drums of both sides collided and canceled each other out, and the two armies finally collided fiercely. It was like two raging tides finally collided together, but what came out was not snow-white waves, but blood all over the sky. Chapter 3589. The two violent armies finally collided. They had only just collided, but tens of thousands of people were instantly killed in that instant. Their bones and blood flew everywhere, and some were even turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Kill, kill to the ninth heaven. Let these foreign creatures see our strength. Reclaim the glory of our ancestors. Fight! All kinds of roars broke out in such a collision. Row after row of armored cavalry appeared, charging at each other. All of the battleships, battle fortresses, and war beasts set off as well. Some of them were like stars crashing into the earth, while others were shooting out beams of light that swept across the sky. Even the Emperor Lord would fall in a collision of this level. There was nothing special. They were just ordinary people. Wham! At this moment, Yi Shiwen and others also stepped on the rainbows and joined the battle, rushing to the foreign allied forces. Any one of these celestial masters was a terrifying character that could shake the world with a stomp of their feet. At this time, they completely erupted. The power was unimaginable. These people scattered to various parts of the battlefront, each leading their own troops to attack. At the same time, because they had to attack various parts of the entire foreign allied forces' line of defense, there was no way for them to gather together. Yi Shiwen also directly rushed into the foreign allied forces. Wherever he passed, the clothes of destruction on his body exuded the power of destruction. No one could stop him at all. He didn't need to attack at all. Wherever he passed, it was like a raging tide sweeping out. The foreign allied forces' troops screamed and turned into a mass of blood mist. It could be said that he was like a humanoid treasure dragon. Wherever he went, the foreign allied forces' formation collapsed. The alien life forms that were far larger than him were like mountains and stars. But in front of him, they weren't a match at all. One by one, they were reduced to a mist of blood. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally made a move. The big hand suddenly slammed down. In an instant, millions of foreign allied forces troops turned into blood mist and fell. The creatures on the ground trembled and didn't dare to move. They let the sky fall like a big rain of blood. Heaven and earth trembled, as if it were the dusk of the legion of gods. Heaven and earth were being destroyed, and countless powerful living beings were falling down like dumplings. However, when Yi Shiwen had just started the massacre, the Celestial Master had already come to the door. It was impossible for the foreign allied forces to let Yi Shiwen, such a big killer, kill without scruples. If he continued to kill like this, even the foreign allied forces would not be able to withstand the killing. It was none other than the old man whose primordial spirit he had severed. He had come in person to kill Yi Shiwen. He stood in front of Yi Shiwen. He was obviously shorter than Yi Shiwen, but he gave the illusion that he was as tall and straight as a mountain. Wu Zun, your clone killed my primordial spirit earlier. Now, I'm here to kill your original body, the old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something natural. In his opinion, all of this was a matter of course. I'm not Pantheon Venerate, so you're no match for me. You'll die for sure. The old man said indifferently, I never thought that there would be an existence like you in the Stormy Sea region. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I thought that Pantheon was already considered powerful. The Pantheon Venerate was indeed at his peak. However, if you think that there are no others in the Stormy Sea region, then you are gravely mistaken. Besides the Eastern Venerate, isn't there also Xian Yuan and the Heavenly Path Sect Master in the Eastern region? The old man said faintly, You're trying to stall for time, trying to get Xian Yuan Tianzuin and the Heaven Path Sect Master to come help you? That's right. Yi Shiwen faintly said. Since the plan had been exposed, then there was no point in denying it. After all, it was useless to deny it. With the shrewdness of that old man, he would be able to see through his lies in minutes. The strength of this old man was not inferior to that of the Crescent City Lord. With Yi Shiwen's strength, it would indeed be quite difficult for him to confront him alone. Therefore, he was waiting for Xian Yuan Tianzuin and the Heaven Path Sect Master to act. This was also part of their previous agreement. Yi Shiwen was not afraid of ordinary heavenly venerates. Even if he encountered an 8th realm heavenly venerate, he would be able to escape unscathed. However, if he encountered a peak heavenly venerate, then it would be the most troublesome. It was not impossible to deal with a heavenly venerate of that level. Using the supreme ancestral symbol would also increase Yi Shiwen's combat strength to the extreme. However, he would absolutely not be willing to confront such an expert unless he reached that point, because every time he used the supreme ancestral symbol, he would have to pay a huge price. This was absolutely not something he was willing to do, especially after repelling the foreign allied forces The competition for the position of Eastern Venerate was imminent. There was not much time left for him. Unfortunately, it's useless, because they won't come. Someone has already gone to look for them. The old man didn't care at all. Yi Shiwen turned his head to look. Sure enough, both Xianyuan Tianzuin and the Heaven Path sect master were entangled. The two experts who were entangled with them were not any weaker than them. Yi Shiwen had never heard of them before. Obviously, they were hidden experts from the foreign domains. This time, all of them had appeared. Facing such experts, even if they saw the situation on Yi Shiwen's side, they would not come to help. I didn't expect there to be so many experts hidden in your stormy sea area. Yi Shiwen frowned as he saw this situation. However, he did not panic and said, "They are experts specially found from other domains. Whether it is Xianyuan Tianzuin or the Heaven Path sect master, they are indeed not ordinary people." The old man also exclaimed in admiration. At his level, he would not deliberately belittle his opponent, because it would only prove that he was equally incompetent. There was no other use. If it wasn't for these two, I wouldn't have had the time to kill you. Do you know what kind of mistake you have made? The old man said indifferently. Is it the primal chaos, Overlord again? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. You are the primal chaos, Overlord. Yi Shiwen suddenly said, as if he had suddenly thought of something. I didn't expect you to guess my identity. The old man said indifferently. He did not deny it. Even now, you can still be so calm and unmoved. You really have a good mentality. Why should I be moved? Is it because you are the primal chaos, Overlord? Not to mention that you are not the real body. It is only a trace of the soul incarnation. Yi Shiwen said. He finally understood that this was the soul incarnation of the primal chaos Overlord that Xianyuan Tianzuin had mentioned before. At that time, they let the soul incarnation of the primal chaos Overlord escape. It was only a trace of the soul incarnation, but it was actually able to transform into a terrifying figure that was not inferior to Xianyuan Tianzuin and the Heaven Path sect master. The terror of the primal chaos Overlord could be seen from this. The strength of the primal chaos Overlord was probably beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No wonder he said that his opponent was only the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord. Only such an existence was qualified to be his opponent. Only he could mobilize the peak Heavenly Lords from other domains to listen to his orders. Otherwise, with the pride and self-esteem of the peak Heavenly Lords, how could they obey his orders? However, in order to kill him, he actually mobilized such a big lineup. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. His hatred was really high. Come to think of it, there was only one possibility for a character like the Primal Chaos Overlord to personally come to kill him and mobilized such a big lineup. It was that he had killed the Chaos Heavenly Lord previously. He had long expected that there would be trouble, but he did not expect that the trouble would come so fast and the lineup would be so terrifying. However, this level was not enough to scare him. Unless the real body of the Primal Chaos Overlord personally came out, it was possible to pose a fatal threat to Yi Shiwen. It is just a trace of the soul incarnation. Ha ha ha, no one dared to talk to me like this for a long time. The Primal Chaos Overlord laughed and said, If my real body is here, I can pinch you to death with one finger. No matter what you say, your real body can come out first. Yi Shiwen said, not to be outdone. You shouldn't have killed my most beloved disciple. Do you know that he was my only remaining disciple? You actually killed him. Then, I'll kill you and exterminate the human race. The chaotic Overlord's expression began to turn cold as he spoke. Since you love him so much, don't let him come out. Since he came out, he should have expected that there would be such a day sooner or later. Yi Shiwen said faintly. The threat in the words of the Primal Chaos Overlord did not move him, but in his expression, a murderous intent was brewing. Then, did you expect that you would have such a day? The primal chaos overlord stared at Yi Shiwen, and an unconcealable murderous intent erupted between both sides. Primal chaos overlord, do you really think that you have already eaten me, that you have won? Yi Shiwen said in a loud voice, You're too confident today. You're just like Chaos, Heavenly Lord. He also thought that he could defeat me, but he died in the end. So, there's no difference between you and him now. You are really confident. The primal chaos overlord said coldly, It is indeed a mission. No wonder even the Pantheon Lord was defeated by you. I have also investigated you, and you have indeed created many miracles. You are not inferior to me and Fortune Heaven Lord. However, your miracles end here. Sometimes unwise choices will cause endless disasters. Now I will teach you this truth. Stop talking nonsense, said Yi Shiwen. This is no longer your era. In that case, die. The primal chaos overlord shouted and attacked. Chapter 3590. The chaos overlord made his move. In an instant, all the laws around the chaos overlord began to boil. One by one, they manifested in the void, blooming with light. As soon as he made his move, the sky exploded in an instant. Boom! This terrifying momentum instantly shook the hundreds of millions of troops on the entire battlefield. It was as if a sun was slowly rising in the entire battlefield. An incomparably terrifying beam of light rose from the heavens and the earth straight into the sky. Then, after reaching a certain point, it turned back and fiercely blasted towards Yi Shiwen. As soon as it came, it was a fatal attack. Not good. In the distance, Xianyuan Tianzuan felt this terrifying attack almost immediately. It seemed to surpass the sky. His full strength was probably the same as this. At this time, how could he not understand that he was entangled by someone? And the Chaos Overlord personally went to kill Yi Shiwen. This time, the eastern region formed the coalition army. Among them, the most important ones were naturally him, Marshal Venerable Yi Shiwen, and the Heavenly Sect's headmaster. Among these three people, Yi Shiwen was the easiest to defeat. He did not think that the Chaos Overlord personally went to find Yi Shiwen just to avenge the death of his disciple. If the Chaos Overlord was only so narrow-minded, he would not be able to become the great enemy of the Fortune Heaven Lord. He was afraid that he would first defeat the 3 Iron Triangles, and then defeat the entire Eastern Region Coalition Army to obtain victory in this battle. From the beginning, the Eastern Region did not conceal the news. After all, such a large-scale mobilization of the army could not be concealed at all. It was better to announce it officially to achieve the purpose of deterring the foreign coalition army. Therefore, the foreign coalition must have a plan against their army. It was impossible for them to give up so easily. They must have deployed targeted measures against them. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, at this time he could not escape because the strength of the foreign heavenly master in front of him was not inferior to him at all. It was impossible to defeat him and escape in a short time. The situation on the side of the Heavenly Sect's headmaster was similar. He was also entangled by a powerhouse. Moreover, the Heavenly Sect was not in such a hurry to rescue Yi Shiwen. At this time, he could only hope that Yi Shiwen could hold on for a while. However, he also knew that this possibility was too small. Although the Chaos Overlord was only a spirit incarnation, he also had the strength of a real peak Heavenly Master. Boom! This terrifying attack submerged Yi Shiwen in it. The world rumbled and shook. This vibration could be felt within a radius of millions of miles. The ball of light turned into a terrifying energy tide that swept out in all directions. Countless fortune, divine dynasties, and foreign domains armies were sucked into the energy tide, turning into ashes on the spot. Although they had managed to escape, where could they hide to? There were battles everywhere, so they were still affected by the energy tide. Yi Shiwen's silhouette was revealed as the energy rain dispersed. Although this attack was terrifying, it still wasn't enough to kill him. After all, Yi Shiwen was also a genuine master at the peak of the sixth realm. When it came to fighting prowess, a seventh realm master was enough to sweep away all opponents. And if he encountered a master of the eighth realm, he would be able to retreat unscathed. Even if the primal chaos overlord was extremely terrifying and powerful, it still wasn't enough to kill him with a single strike. Primal chaos hegemon, since you can contend against fortune creation, heavenly monarch, you really do have some skills. Yi Shiwen said faintly, you only used a little bit of magic power to trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth to attack me. If I hadn't cultivated the meritorious tyrant body, golden body, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss just now. Just now, when they exchanged blows, Yi Shiwen had already figured out some details about the primal chaos hegemon. It was indeed very strong, very tyrannical. In terms of fighting prowess, it was almost no less than the Moon City Lord. However, it was different from the Moon City Lord. The Moon City Lord's magic power was monstrous and as deep as the sea. It was simply endless, and it was enough to crush any strong enemy to death just by relying on his own skill. However, the primal chaos hegemon's strength came from his deeper understanding of the laws. If Yi Shiwen could exert the same amount of magic power, then he could exert 20% or even 30% of the same amount of power. It was truly terrifying. This showed that the primal chaos hegemon's comprehension of the realm far surpassed the current Yi Shiwen. This was a person who could compete with fortune creation, heavenly monarch. If his original body was here, that attack just now would have been enough to seriously injure Yi Shiwen. However, it was precisely because he was merely a spirit incarnation that he was able to trigger such a terrifying attack with just a bit of magic power. It was indeed amazing, but wasn't it also a kind of helplessness? This was because the magic power that he could mobilize was limited. Compared to ordinary celestial masters, it was already very impressive. However, in a fight of this level, his disadvantage was too obvious. He didn't have a physical body like Yi Shiwen, which had been tempered step by step. Although he had condensed a physical body, it was still far inferior to Yi Shiwen. This was his biggest disadvantage. You are indeed extremely outstanding to be able to cultivate the golden body of merit. In my era, there were very few people who could cultivate the golden body of merit. Among them was fortune creation, heavenly monarch. However, he was stronger than you, and his golden body of merit was more complete than yours. The primal chaos hegemon way did not belittle fortune creation, heavenly monarch, because that would be an insult to himself. However, he is different after all. He is a person who was born with the times. He is the ultimate creation of the world. An era can only give birth to such a person. You can reach this step with the identity of a postnatal creature. It is indeed enough to make people look at you in a different light. However, it is a worthy death to die in my hands. If your original body was here, you would indeed be qualified to say such words. However, it is just a spirit incarnation. You are too arrogant, said Yi Shiwen. Whether I am arrogant or not, wait until I kill you, then we will know, said the primal chaos hegemon indifferently. Let's go to the universe to fight. You don't want the two of us to fight and cause a great calamity, said Yi Shiwen as he took a big stride and flew into the universe. He knew that the primal chaos hegemon would follow up. He didn't care about the suffering of the people in the eastern region, but he also cared about the lives of his foreign allied forces. Sure enough, the primal chaos hegemon just snorted coldly. His hands tore open a crack, and then his body flashed into it. When he reappeared, he was already in the universe. Opposite him, thousands of miles away, Yi Shiwen stood in the universe like an invincible, true god. You are just a spirit incarnation, and yet you dare to be so arrogant, Yi Shiwen shouted, and he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, countless divine lights bursting out with the most dazzling light. He stood in the endless kingdom of God and blasted out a punch. Heaven and earth rotated with it, bursting out with unimaginable power. At this level you must die. The primal chaos, Hegemin also shouted. His hands tore open the sky with golden light and directly tore apart Yi Shiwen's fist energy. Then he slammed his palm down on Yi Shiwen again. This palm didn't seem to contain any smoke or fire at all. It was just a simple slap, yet the endless void collapsed. This kind of power could be said to shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Everywhere in the world was trembling in shock. All the creatures were trembling. The aura of the primal chaos Hegemin was too terrifying. Boom! 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 An endless battle broke out in an instant. The primal chaos Hegemin displayed his horrifying hands. He simply slammed his palm down, and Yi Shiwen was completely suppressed. And no matter how much brilliant golden light burst out of Yi Shiwen, his blood and qi were boiling like the sea, and his body constantly rushed forward to attack. He was still suppressed in the face of the primal chaos Hegemin. He was not an opponent at all. No matter what kind of terrifying attack Yi Shiwen broke out, it would be easily smashed by the primal chaos Hegemin's palm. Everyone who saw this scene understood that Yi Shiwen's realm was too far apart. Even if the surging spiritual power in Yi Shiwen's body was not inferior to the primal chaos Hegemin, there was no way for him to erupt his combat power to the level of the primal chaos Hegemin. You should be proud to be able to erupt such combat power in the sixth realm. The primal chaos Hegemin still had the ability to speak while attacking. His figure was as elegant as a fairy. Looking from afar, there was an indescribable freedom. Wait until I kill you first. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Kill me? You are waiting for me to run out of energy, right? Unfortunately, this level of attack is not enough to make me run out of energy. The primal chaos Hegemin seemed to see through Yi Shiwen's purpose very easily. To put it bluntly, Yi Shiwen also hoped to grind the primal chaos Hegemin to death. However, although the primal chaos Hegemin's temporary physical body was far inferior to the real physical body, and its recovery speed and healing speed were both limited, this level of battle was not enough to make him on the verge of collapse. In his opinion, unless he encountered an opponent at the level of Xianyuan Tianzuan or the heavenly Taoism leader, then he might not be able to protect his physical body. When fighting against Yi Shiwen, he did not have such worries. The primal chaos Hegemin suddenly increased the output of the attack and suddenly erupted. That terrifying attack instantly erupted, turning into a strange phenomenon that filled the sky. Primal chaos spread out, and he seemed to be the only overlord in the chaos. The law of primal chaos was the law of his life, and it was also the fundamental reason why he was so powerful. This law of primal chaos could also be targeted and transformed into countless kinds of laws, so he was almost invincible with no limits at all. Endless chaos spread out, wrapping Yi Shiwen in it, and then turned into a terrifying attack that erupted instantly. Rumble! The entire universe exploded, and everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to be submerged, torn into pieces, and Yi Shiwen's figure was also wiped out. Chapter 3591. Everyone looked at this shocking scene. This was the attack of the Chaos Overlord with its own law of chaos. That kind of terrifying power was unforgettable for many people. Not good. Xianyuan Tianzuan saw the scene in the universe. How could he not understand that the Chaos Overlord had really attacked? And how could Yi Shiwen fight against it? They were not opponents of the same level at all. Seeing this scene, the Eastern Region Coalition Army suddenly felt that it was a huge blow. Yi Shiwen was the leader of the Eastern Region Coalition Army, and also the founder of the Eastern Region Coalition Army. Now that he had fallen, how could they not be discouraged? And the morale of the foreign coalition army was greatly boosted when they saw this scene. Suddenly, at this moment, just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was going to die, in the endless chaos suddenly burst out a sky full of light rain, flew away and swept away the chaos. From it, a figure flew out, the sky full of golden light, and directly blasted a punch directly at the Chaos Overlord. What? The Chaos Overlord suddenly opened his eyes. This punch was really terrifying, tearing the sky, and the speed was raised to the limit and then blasted in his direction. Boom! This blow directly blasted on his body, and his sky full of chaotic energy was also blasted away, and the remaining power scattered into his body. He only felt that his whole body was only trembling, and there was a terrifying power raging in it. This power he clearly felt that there were cracks on his body. Although it only took a moment to recover, such a terrifying power still revealed a terrifying fact, that was, Yi Shiwen actually had a terrifying power that could threaten him. After removing the power of this punch, he clearly saw Yi Shiwen sweeping the sky full of golden light from afar. His body exuded a terrifying power, and the spiritual power permeated, covering the sky and earth, filling the entire universe. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen directly moved and appeared in front of him in an instant. The terrifying fist was once again urged, blasting towards the Chaos Overlord's face. This time, even the Chaos Overlord had to take it seriously. If Yi Shiwen was not enough to move him before, then the current Yi Shiwen was enough to make him treat this seriously. He also shot out a palm, bringing along the sky full of chaotic energy, and directly collided with this punch. Boom! The fist and palm collided, but it wasn't like before, where the chaotic overlord had the upper hand. On the contrary, it was a draw. How did your strength increase so much? Chaos Overlord couldn't help but say after blocking Yi Shiwen's blow. He simply couldn't imagine what Yi Shiwen had relied on to soar his strength to such an extent. With his experience and knowledge, it wasn't that he hadn't seen such things before. However, such things were extremely precious without exception. It was very difficult to see one in an era, and now Yi Shiwen had one with him. Yi Shiwen felt that his entire body was exuding a formidable and terrifying power. That kind of terrifying power was erupting from inside out, wreaking havoc, causing his strength to increase by a lot. It was none other than the supreme ancestral symbol. This time was different from the last time. The last time he had used the supreme ancestral symbol, he had only reached the 5th realm. Moreover, he hadn't cultivated the Gilded Tyrant form yet. Now that he had cultivated the Gilded Tyrant form, his physical strength had reached an incredible level. Even though the supreme ancestral symbol's energy was wreaking havoc in his body, it didn't immediately shatter. From the outside, Yi Shiwen was like the center of a terrifying storm. This energy storm was erupting from every pore of his body, sweeping and destroying everything. He was just standing there, but the universe around him couldn't stabilize the space. It was constantly shattering and repairing itself. One could imagine how terrifying Yi Shiwen was in such a state. You don't have to care about what I used. Anyway, it's used to kill you, Yi Shiwen said faintly. He still didn't want to expose the supreme ancestral symbol. Otherwise, he didn't know how many people would covet it. The supreme ancestral symbol was very powerful. It had brought him to this point. It was his trump card. Originally, he wanted to use this trump card to compete for the Eastern Heavenly Lord position. Everyone knew that he had escaped from the hands of the Moon City Lord. However, no one knew how he had escaped. This was where his advantage lay. He had to keep it a secret. However, since he had already fought to this point, he wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements in a short period of time. He could only use it. However, it was still very worthwhile to use it to kill the Chaos Overlord. You want to kill me? The Chaos Overlord snorted and said, From what I know, this method of forcibly increasing your strength can't last long. Although the Chaos Overlord didn't know the limitations and conditions of using the supreme ancestral symbol, he was able to judge it almost immediately with his insight and knowledge. Compared to his physical body that was condensed from the spirit, Yi Shiwen in this state really couldn't fight for long. So what if I know? It's enough to kill you. Since you are the mastermind behind the Outer Domain Coalition Army, As long as you are killed, the outer domain will immediately fall into a leaderless state. Killing you now is worth it. In order to kill the Chaos Overlord, Yi Shiwen would need to use all his strength. Even if he succeeded, he would suffer heavy injuries and suffer heavy losses. Under normal circumstances, Yi Shiwen wasn't willing to use it easily. However, at this point he had no other choice. Moreover, by killing the Chaos Overlord, the Outer Domain Coalition army would be leaderless. It could be said that he had made another contribution. With so many great contributions, it was enough to eliminate all his competitors. Boom! Yi Shiwen attacked again. 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind him. The 6 paths of reincarnation was like a mountain. It fell down fiercely towards the Chaos Overlord. If Yi Shiwen could only fight back passively before, then he simply took control of the battle now and took the initiative to attack first. The fiercest battle broke out between the two in an instant. The battle instantly shocked all parties in the East region. Now, the battle had reached this point. Although it was still in the universe, it was not only the supreme heavenly masters in the East region who were shocked. Even the heavenly masters in other places were shocked. Although the vision of the heavenly masters was broad, they couldn't cross the distance of a big region. This was because a big region in the fortune realm was too vast. However, it was still easy to feel the aura of the battle between the heavenly masters. The heavenly masters were different from the emperors. They were existences that exceeded the limits. Their battles were changing the rules everywhere. During the battle, they changed the rules while fighting, making the rules more favorable to their side. During this process, the fluctuations of the rules were transmitted. Ordinary people couldn't feel it. Only the heavenly masters who were sensitive to the rules could feel it. Therefore, they opened their heavenly eyes one after another to watch the battle between the peak heavenly masters. Originally, battles between heavenly masters were rare in the fortune realm. If it weren't for the invasion of the outer domain, such battles wouldn't be seen even once in many years. Battles between the peak heavenly masters were even rarer. Generally speaking, the peak heavenly masters were like nuclear weapons that deterred each other. They wouldn't fight easily. Even if they fought, it would be like the Xianyuan heavenly master and the heavenly sex headmaster. Although their moves were fierce and fatal, they didn't fight with their lives on the line. Unless they were on the verge of life and death, they wouldn't easily fight like that. It was too damaging to their strength. Therefore, the battle between Yi Shiwen and the chaotic overlord became a rare opportunity to see some of the situations in that realm. Both of them weren't genuine peak heavenly masters, but they both displayed the combat power of a peak heavenly master. Moreover, they were different. The chaotic overlord displayed his skills to the extreme. Every move he made was accompanied by the laws of heaven and earth. At this point, it was just ordinary. He was like the overlord of the world, binding all the laws of heaven and earth for his use. Immediately, the power of the laws soared to the peak of his combat power. It could be said to be the pinnacle of skills. But Yi Shiwen was another matter. His skills were not as good as the chaotic overlord. This was inevitable. He wasn't even a peak heavenly master. The chaotic overlord's main body was an existence that surpassed the peak heavenly master. The two sides were not on the same order of magnitude from the beginning. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't struggle with the chaotic overlord for the control of the laws. He completely drowned everything with a massive amount of monstrous energy. No matter how good one's control of the laws was, it couldn't stop this energy that filled the sky. The origin of Tao that used force to break technique also displayed unimaginable power in Yi Shiwen's hands. Both of them were the pinnacle of their respective aspects, and neither was in the peak state of each other. Yet, they were able to display such peerless combat power. This in itself was very worthy for the heavenly masters to observe. Chaotic Overlord, do you still think you can kill me? This wasn't originally prepared for you. Now, it's not impossible to use it to kill you. Yi Shiwen said loudly, "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have this chance. Now, the energy in your body is about to explode. When that time comes, you will be defeated." The chaotic overlord just sneered. His originally skinny figure also became taller and taller. He grew inch by inch. His originally declining aura suddenly boiled completely, as if he had returned to the peak of his life when he was young. The ultimate battle broke out fiercely. Chapter 3592. Boom! 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 A terrifying collision broke out completely in an instant. If one didn't see it, they wouldn't be able to imagine how terrifying such a collision was. The speed of the battle between the two sides was too fast. Most people couldn't even see the situation of the battle between the two sides. They could only see the universe's starry sky exploding again and again. The terrifying waves set off in the distant east region looked like fireworks blooming one after another. However, behind the gorgeous fireworks was an extremely terrifying flower of death blooming. Many celestial masters couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This was a real death match between peak celestial masters. If they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, they wouldn't be able to persist in such a battle and would die tragically. Both of them weren't in their peak state. They weren't in a situation where they could fight to the end of time. Therefore, the outcome of the battle would be determined in a very short time. No one would let the battle continue until then. For both sides, it was a huge threat. Therefore, no one was willing to miss such an opportunity, because they knew that if they missed it for even a moment, the outcome might be completely determined. Such an opportunity was also an extremely rare opportunity for celestial masters to observe. This Chaos Overlord is more terrifying than I imagined. During this period of time, he has been colluding behind the scenes. When he comes out, I'm afraid the problem will be even more serious. This Yi Shiwen is also not an ordinary person. He can actually fight with the Chaos Overlord until now. The most terrifying thing is that he has only achieved Dao for a short period of time. If he continues to grow, his future will be limitless. An ancient overlord and a contemporary genius. Either one of them is a character that can influence the ages. However, at this time, a winner will be determined. Boom! After a fierce collision, the figures of both sides separated. They were thousands of miles apart, facing each other from a distance. The surface of Yi Shiwen's body was already densely packed with cracks. Such a battle ultimately proved that the damage to his body was very shocking. The energy contained in the supreme ancestral symbol erupted completely. It was very terrifying. The ancient but violent power contained in it was a double-edged sword that hurt both the opponent and the user. Opposite him, the primal chaos overlord was violent and confident. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see that his body had become much more illusory. It was even faintly translucent. This was proof that his physical body had consumed too much energy. The two of them could only say that they were the same. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with a terrifying light. The Chaos Overlord in front of him was stronger than the Moon City Lord. In some aspects, the Chaos Overlord was far more terrifying than the Moon City Lord. Let's see how long you can last. The primal Chaos Overlord sneered. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. It was just a wisp of his spirit incarnation. But Yi Shiwen had to do his best to deal with it. In the past, only the Lord of Good Fortune was worthy of being his opponent. In the present world, there was no one who could be his opponent. This showed the arrogance and strength that an invincible overlord should have. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had dared to use Sword Venerable's avatar to go all out. However, this was only an avatar. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about it. Even if it was destroyed, it would only be a wisp of soul. Boom! The Chaos Overlord directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen, surpassing the speed of light. Even the river of time manifested in an instant. His figures appeared all over the sky. He was incomparably powerful, and he set off in an instant. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and also attacked, not to be outdone. He casually blasted out the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist, and there were 6 paths of reincarnation wheels that bombarded the Chaos Overlord's figures all over the sky. He didn't give the opponent any chance at all. An even more terrifying collision broke out in an instant. A bloody hole appeared on Yi Shiwen's shoulder. It looked extremely tragic. At this moment, Yi Shiwen also blasted his fist into the Chaos Overlord's body, directly blasting a huge bloody hole in the Chaos Overlord's body, exchanging injury for injury. In the next moment, Yi Shiwen did not wait for his injury to recover. He directly rushed up again and blasted with the Chaos Overlord again. Bang! 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 The attacks of both sides fell on each other. Both sides seemed to be extremely crazy. There was no defense at all. It should be said that Yi Shiwen seemed to be crazy. He didn't defend and just exchanged injury for injury with the Moon City Lord. This kind of crazy fighting style showed a strong contrast with the Chaos Overlord's ethereal fighting style. The Chaos Overlord didn't carry the slightest bit of worldly aura with every move he made. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen was the opposite. His entire person looked incomparably violent. He relied on his own violent magic power to defeat all strong enemies. It didn't take long for both sides to be covered with various injuries of various sizes. As many people guessed, neither side intended to drag this battle for too long, because neither side could afford such consequences. They both planned to end this battle in one go. In addition to these injuries on Yi Shiwen's body, there were all kinds of dense cracks. All kinds of auspicious signs gushed out from these cracks like a sky full of light rain. This was the spiritual power in his body erupting, and he almost couldn't suppress it anymore. This battle was more difficult to deal with than the battle against the Moon City Lord. It was also more terrifying. Opposite him, the body of the Chaos Overlord began to gradually become transparent. This was also a proof that he had consumed too much energy. At the same time, the wounds he condensed were extremely tragic. There was a wound that penetrated through his head and almost blew his head up. There was an attack that almost split his whole body in half. The strength of this temporarily condensed physical body was not much different from the strength of an ordinary celestial master. However, compared with a tyrannical existence like Yi Shiwen, who condensed the tyrant form golden body, it was obviously weaker. He had already suffered a big loss in such a series of collisions. No means no. You can't be my opponent, the primal Chaos Overlord said. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Although he looked extremely miserable, there was an indescribable sense of carefreeness about him. It was as if the world couldn't contain him anymore. He had a unique temperament that no one else had. Even if he was seriously injured, he was like a fairy. The original old and stooped figure had completely disappeared. It was as if he had regained the invincible figure that conquered the world. Isn't it obvious whether it has any effect or not? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but say, although I don't know what that thing on your body is, it's good. It's a waste in your hands. If it was in my hands, it should be able to burst out its true power, said the Chaos Overlord. He stared at Yi Shiwen's body as if he wanted to see what Yi Shiwen relied on to persist until now. That depends on whether you have the life to take it or not, said Yi Shiwen. You can't run away. Your thing is also mine. The primal Chaos Overlord's smile became colder and colder. The spiritual power on his body had really climbed to the extreme. It was burning. His entire spiritual body was burning. The threat that Yi Shiwen brought to him even exceeded that of many peak celestial masters. It might not be possible to cause any fatal damage to his body now, but if this continued, his future would be limitless. Therefore, he didn't hold back anymore. He would sublimate to the extreme, fight with Yi Shiwen and kill him. Although he was also unwilling to let the spirit incarnation be annihilated like this battle had been fought until now. It was impossible to kill Yi Shiwen with conventional methods. It was a worthy death to be annihilated here. As soon as the Chaos Overlord's voice fell, he instantly rushed to the front of Yi Shiwen. He casually slammed his palm down. His attack was extremely elegant. Each of his palm turned into an unimaginable and unstoppable, terrifying attack. At this point, Yi Shiwen also knew that he had reached his limit. As the attacks continued to land on his body, the clothes of destruction within his body emerged. As the attacks landed on the clothes of destruction, deep marks were left on it. The clothes of destruction originally belonged to the primal chaos overlord. Although Yi Shiwen had refined it, he still knew where its true weakness was. Ordinary celestial masters couldn't even break the enchantment of the clothes of destruction, but he could always leave a fatal mark on the clothes of destruction. It seemed that he could be pierced at any time. Yi Shiwen didn't use the clothes of destruction much before because he wanted to save it for this last moment. Chaos Overlord, don't you think that I want to drag you to death? No, I want to defeat you head-on. I want to crush your invincible legend. Since fate creation, Heaven Lord can defeat you, so can I. You are nothing special. Yi Shiwen said loudly. The Chaos Overlord sneered as if he was mocking Yi Shiwen's overconfidence. Not only did his attack not stop, but it also erupted with even more terrifying figures. The sky was filled with palm shadows, and it seemed as if it could destroy everything else. The revered martial seal flew out from the top of Yi Shiwen's head and started to revolve. Suddenly, the revered martial seal flew into Yi Shiwen's body. The berserk energy of the supreme ancestral symbol within his body was suddenly suppressed, and it no longer raged and wreaked havoc. He also knew that the most important moment had finally arrived. This was the time for the final battle. All of his previous preparations were for this moment. He temporarily suppressed the berserk energy in his body and used it for his own use. All of his energy was released at once. Boom! Yi Shiwen's body erupted with a terrifying divine brilliance. This divine brilliance turned into a sky full of light rain, scattering into the universe and into the endless stars. Next, I'll deal with you, Yi Shiwen said loudly. His figure instantly flew out and crashed into the Chaos Overlord's body at an unparalleled speed. Chapter 3593. The terrifying energy emanating from Yi Shiwen's body was a level higher than before. Compared to the level of a peak heavenly master before, it had now become even more powerful and terrifying. Many heavenly masters were already terrified. If they were only shocked before, now they were truly terrified. They all knew that both sides had erupted with their full strength, especially Yi Shiwen. Although they also knew that under such circumstances, the eruption of combat power between both sides would not last for long. But in this short period of time, it was possible to kill a heavenly master. Fortunately, they were facing each other, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, even on the battlefield between the Eastern Region Coalition Army and the Outer Region Coalition Army, many people were distracted to pay attention to the outcome of the battle between these two super experts, because it was very likely that the outcome of this battle would determine who would win and who would lose in the end. Whether it was Xianyuan Tianzuan or the headmaster of Heavenly School, neither of them had thought that Yi Shiwen would have such a terrifying trump card hidden away. Whether it was a trick or something else, Yi Shiwen had the ability to threaten them. This was a fact. The Heavenly School leader had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen ever since he entered the Fortune Realm. Especially after the two sides became enemies, Yi Shiwen was blacklisted by the Heavenly School. How could he not know? But in his impression, Yi Shiwen was only a junior. Even if Yi Shiwen had killed Primal Chaos, Heavenly Master, and Pantheon Tianzuan, he was still only at that level. He was not an ordinary high-level Heavenly Master. He was a peak Heavenly Master, and Yi Shiwen was still far from becoming a high-level Heavenly Master. Xianyuan Tianzuan now understood what Yi Shiwen meant when he said that as long as it was not Primal Chaos Overlord personally coming, he would kill them one by one. Judging from the current results, Yi Shiwen wasn't boasting. And what shocked him even more was that Yi Shiwen had just entered the Heavenly Master realm not long ago. It was still vivid in his mind. When Yi Shiwen had just entered the celestial master realm, he had personally gone to explain the matter. So he had a deep impression of this matter. The younger generation that he didn't care about at all now had the ability to threaten the top experts of their level. How could he not be shocked by such an outcome? However, the truth was in front of both of them. They had no choice but to believe it. If Yi Shiwen did not die this time, then the Eastern Territory would undoubtedly welcome a new powerful Eastern Heavenly Master, and Yi Shiwen, who had made such a contribution, would probably be able to kill most of the candidates. Primal Chaos Overlord's expression was indifferent, looking at Yi Shiwen, who was rushing towards him. He just slapped out a palm, and the huge palm came crashing down, growing larger and larger like a mountain. Yi Shiwen's reaction was even faster. He casually blasted out a punch. However, this punch was different from the previous one. He had truly unleashed his strength to the extreme. It finally collided with this big hand. The pinnacle of technique and the pinnacle of strength collided together, and a result that no one could have expected was finally produced. After the Chaos Overlord's big hand was in a stalemate with Yi Shiwen's fist for a while, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. It exploded with a bang, as if there was no way to resist at all. It exploded and turned into a blood mist all over the sky. Yi Shiwen had finally gained the upper hand in this contest. After suppressing the excessively berserk energy within his body with a revered martial seal, Yi Shiwen finally unleashed the full power of the supreme ancestral symbol. Such a state couldn't last long. However, Yi Shiwen only needed such a short period of time. It wasn't very long. Bang! The Chaos Overlord's entire arm exploded like a rain of blood. He let out a muffled groan and staggered a few steps back. Only then was he able to neutralize the terrifying power brought by Yi Shiwen's punch. Yi Shiwen roared, and incomparably terrifying power continued to be released. It was like the center of a huge storm that swept out. Yi Shiwen casually grabbed towards the universe. Countless galaxies and energy were caught in his hand, and then he slammed it towards the Chaos Overlord. Taking advantage of the fact that the Chaos Overlord hadn't completely neutralized the terrifying power brought by Yi Shiwen's attack, Yi Shiwen decided to take advantage of the fact that the Chaos Overlord had yet to fully neutralize the attack. Bang! The Chaos Overlord didn't expect Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack to be so fast. In almost an instant, he was already hit. This time, he had no way to defend himself. His entire body was hit, and his body flew backward, almost exploding in the void. It was extremely tragic. Endless golden blood burst out like a divine brilliance, bursting like rain. At this time, the laws between heaven and earth manifested one after another. They appeared behind the Chaos Overlord in various forms, supporting him to prevent him from being smashed to death. Finally, the scene of the battle between the two top experts finally came to an end. Yi Shiwen had already steadily gained the upper hand. In the confrontation just now, both sides had burned to the extreme, triggering their strongest state. However, it was obvious that the Chaos Overlord couldn't increase his power by much even if he burned himself. After all, he was just a spirit. How much energy could he have? Even if he burned himself completely, the power that he could unleash was just that. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had temporarily suppressed the berserk power and had released more of his power instead of using it to suppress the berserk power. This had allowed him to release power that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yi Shiwen took advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. He didn't give the Chaos Overlord any chance to breathe at all. He took a deep breath, and endless spiritual energy was absorbed into his body to repair his injuries. At the same time, his eyes flickered with inexplicable light, but his body didn't stop. He flew out directly and launched a further attack on the Chaos Overlord. Yi Shiwen's fist smashed down, and his fist shone with crystal light. It was the power of time, and the law of time was added to his fist. As the fist smashed down, The power of time was spread out, and it directly fell towards the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord roared, and he seemed to have gone mad all of a sudden. He didn't have the previous grace at all. At this point, he had to go all out. The reason why he could still be calm before was that he thought he could defeat Yi Shiwen after burning himself. However, after both sides erupted, he was completely at a disadvantage in the first round of confrontation. This was a huge shame for him. At this time, the light on his whole body erupted, and layers of law network appeared in front of him. He wanted to stop Yi Shiwen, but how could he resist? In just an instant, it was smashed into pieces, and then Yi Shiwen's fist fell on the body of the Chaos Overlord. Bang! The Chaos Overlord screamed, and then his whole body was smashed into pieces and instantly exploded. His body directly scattered everywhere in the universe, and he was seriously injured in just one blow. At this time, the most terrifying thing in the world, in the eyes of everyone, was nothing else but Yi Shiwen's fist. His fist could destroy everything, and nothing could stop his fist. How terrifying! The true strength of this martial venerable is actually so powerful. This was the only thought left in the minds of many people. At this time, the Chaos Overlord screamed in pain, and his body was torn apart in the universe. Perhaps he had never been beaten so badly before. Even in the many fights with the Fortune Creation Heaven Lord, it was difficult to determine the winner and loser. He was only defeated in the last battle and was sealed. However, it had never been so tragic. This was because Yi Shiwen had thoroughly gained the upper hand in this battle. Cracks once again appeared on the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. His revered martial seal couldn't suppress the berserk power of the supreme ancestral symbol any longer. The berserk power of the supreme ancestral symbol began to tear his body apart once again. Each and every cell of his body was being torn apart at every second. However, this amount of time was enough. A battle between true peak experts often only lasted for a split second. Such a short period of time was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. The Chaos Overlord had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was still trying to reassemble his physical body from all over the universe. Yi Shiwen just watched indifferently. The moment he reassembled his physical body, Yi Shiwen spread out his palm. There was a mass of sword aura rotating violently above it. Soon, it turned into a treasured sword. This sword expanded with the wind and grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, it grew thousands of miles and slashed down fiercely. Bang! The Chaos Overlord groaned again, and his body was cut into pieces. The situation was even more tragic than before, and the blood that burst out like rain was even more than before. What was more terrifying was that his spirit could not escape and was contaminated by Yi Shiwen's sword aura. It followed him like a shadow, and soon the spirit hidden in his body began to burn violently. There was not much spirit in the first place, and it was only a wisp of spirit. Even if it was richer than the average heavenly master, how much stronger could it be? In just a moment, it had been completely burned to ashes. After this wisp of primordial spirit was burned into ashes, the temporary physical body that was only maintained by this wisp of primordial spirit also disintegrated. It turned into divine radiance that filled the sky and scattered into the universe in the form of a rain of light, disappearing without a trace. Finally, the battle had come to an end. Moreover, it had come to an end in a way that no one had expected. No one could have imagined that the winner of this battle would be Yi Shiwen, who, no matter how they looked at it, would be impossible for him to win. Chapter 3594. This was a situation that no one expected. Before the battle started, everyone saw the gap between Yi Shiwen and the Chaos Overlord. It was simply unimaginable. No matter from which perspective, Yi Shiwen seemed to have no possibility of winning. But even so, under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen still played a super battle record that exceeded the limits of ordinary people's imagination. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have imagined it. In particular, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was clearly far inferior to the Chaos Overlord, but the combat power he showed was still superior to the Chaos Overlord. Especially for the foreign allied forces, the Chaos Overlord was simply a spiritual pillar and a mythical figure to them. Just like the creatures and powerhouses in the Fortune God dynasty, almost all grew up listening to the prestige of the Fortune Heaven Lord. And the creatures in the foreign domains also grew up listening to the name of the Chaos Overlord. Although many people hadn't really seen the Chaos Overlord, they were familiar with the stories of the Chaos Overlord. The life of the Chaos Overlord was almost like a portrayal of the rise and fall of the entire foreign creatures. When the primal Chaos Overlord was at his peak, he had once ruled over the entire Fortune world, just like how the foreign life forms had ruled over the Fortune world in the past. However, with the rise of the Fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch, the foreign life forms' territory gradually shrank, until the war that represented the foreign life forms' decline. The primal Chaos Hegemon, who had been able to contend with the Fortune creation Heavenly Monarch without falling into a disadvantageous position, was defeated in that battle and became a stepping stone for the Fortune creation Heavenly Monarch, helping him step into that supreme realm. After that battle, the Chaos Overlord was sealed, and the foreign creature's army also retreated in defeat. They retreated out of the territory of the Fortune God dynasty and defended the current foreign domain. Compared to the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory that they had occupied in the past, the outer region's environment was much harsher. In the short period of time that they had been chased into the outer region, countless lives had been lost and numerous tribes had been annihilated. Until now, they saw the figure of the Chaos Overlord again. When they thought that the Chaos Overlord could lead the foreign creatures to regain supreme glory again, the Chaos Overlord died. Dying in Yi Shiwen's hands wasn't by a hair's breadth. He had indeed been crushed. The disparity was too great. They couldn't help but be flustered. Only Heavenly Venerables knew that the Chaos Overlord was merely an incarnation of his primordial spirit. When the ordinary beings from the outer realms received the news that the primal Chaos Overlord had returned to the world, it would certainly raise the morale of the foreign beings, especially now that the Fortune creation Heavenly Monarch had disappeared for many years and there was no one in the current world who could match him. Under the leadership of the primal Chaos Overlord, they could easily regain their former glory. Now that the Chaos Overlord had fallen in front of everyone's eyes, the blow to the morale of the entire foreign allied forces could be imagined. They almost collapsed on the spot. The battle between the peak Heavenly Venerables was already an untouchable level for the ordinary foreign allied forces. They couldn't imagine what could be more terrifying than such a battle. Therefore, they couldn't tell that this was just a wisp of the primordial spirit of the chaotic Overlord. Previously, it was defeated by the good fortune Heaven Lord. After so many years of subtle influence of the prestige of the good fortune Heaven Lord, it could be considered acceptable. However, now it was defeated by the hands of a younger generation like Yi Shiwen. This made many people feel that it was unacceptable. Even the primal Chaos Overlord had been defeated, so it would be impossible for them to regain their glory. How could those Heavenly Venerables who knew the truth say it? It turned out that it wasn't the Chaos Overlord himself, but just an incarnation of his primordial spirit. Moreover, it was destroyed. It was impossible to restore the glory of the outer realms no matter how one looked at it. Probably when this plan was formulated, no one expected such a terrible consequence. Even if the Chaos Overlord encountered masters at the level of Xianyuan Tianzuin and the Heavenly Sect leader, even if he fell into a disadvantageous position and was no match for them, it was not a problem for him to retreat. But now he was not defeated by the hands of Xianyuan Tianzuin and the Heavenly Sect leader. Instead, he was defeated by a martial venerable who had a resounding reputation but was obviously not comparable to these people. That kind of method that could increase one's combat power, crazily, made many Heavenly Venerables jealous. With such a method, even ordinary Heavenly Venerables had the possibility of fighting against the peak Heavenly Venerables. Although they also knew that such a battle would cost a lot, Such a trump card could save lives at critical times and change the situation of the battle, just like how Yi Shiwen killed the Chaos Overlord. From now on, many people had raised the level of danger of Yi Shiwen to the level of the peak Heavenly Venerables. No matter what method he used to achieve it, it was indeed a deterrent. At this time, above the sky, Yi Shiwen's body was still blooming with dazzling light, as if he was the only master of the world. In front of him, the body of the Chaos Overlord turned into a rain of light and drifted away. He could feel the tearing and boiling energy in his body, but compared to the previous violent state, it was undoubtedly a lot more comfortable now. He took a few deep breaths of Ling Qi and absorbed a huge amount of Ling Qi to repair the injuries on his body. Then he finally looked at the real battlefield of the Allied forces. On the battlefield in the distance, endless divine light soared into the sky. The scene was terrifying. A heavenly venerable from the outer domain made his move. Light penetrated his body, like the sun, illuminating the entire world with an invincible aura, directly smashing the sky and the earth, making ghosts cry and gods howl. Within the scope of his domain, it was as if the whole world was reopened, refined again, with an immortal aura in the sky and on the ground. It was hard to find an opponent. One after another, lightning chains swept out, turning into a terrible shock wave. Under his offensive, the Eastern Domain Coalition forces retreated step by step. No matter how fierce the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Chaos Overlord was, it couldn't stop these heavenly venerables from attacking. They were just concerned. In terms of the number of heavenly venerables, the Eastern Domain was at a complete disadvantage, even if the veteran heavenly venerables who returned from the path of creation were included. There were also existences of this level in the outer domain. In addition, a considerable number of elites and heavenly venerables of the Fortune God dynasty had been transferred to the battlefield in the outer domain. At this time, there was no free time at all. There were even some heavenly venerables from the outer domain who couldn't resist, and some Eastern Domain heavenly venerables had to face the joint forces of two heavenly venerables from the outer domain. The Eastern Domain was at a disadvantage on the whole. Facing the all-out attack of the outer domain coalition forces, the Eastern Domain could only transfer a portion of its forces to resist. This led to the two sides being on different levels from the beginning. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen made his move while the Celestial Master was still killing in all directions. His big hand grabbed towards the void, and the endless power of the stars and the spiritual energy in the sky condensed together in an instant. Then it turned into a huge spear, which looked like a huge mountain. Yi Shiwen threw it out in an instant. Swish! The spear instantly exploded, sweeping across the sky like a meteor. In an instant, everything was torn apart. This spear flew out in an instant, tearing the sky apart at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it blasted in front of that heavenly venerable. Uft! That heavenly venerable probably didn't expect to encounter such an attack. He wasn't prepared at all, and this spear made of energy directly pierced through his body. Blood exploded, turning into a torrential rain of blood. A heavenly venerable died on the spot. The spirit light in his body was also destroyed in an instant and completely dimmed. It was just a simple attack. Suddenly, the entire outer domain coalition forces trembled. Everyone was horrified and only felt a chill run down their bodies. It was simply unbelievable. Faint weeping sounds came from heaven and earth. This was because even the heavenly venerable had fallen. Heaven and earth felt that it was a pity, and countless phenomena manifested collectively. Many powerhouses in the tribe that this heavenly venerable belonged to were weeping. Grief rose from their hearts. Originally, at their cultivation level, it was impossible for them to be moved by the death of others, let alone cry. But this kind of emotional infection came from the inside out, and they couldn't help but cry sadly. It was simply uncontrollable. It was just a simple attack, but it truly represented that Yi Shiwen's current combat power had really reached an unimaginable level. In the distance, The roars of those heavenly venerables were shocked and angry. They were shocked by Yi Shiwen's current combat power. Although being able to kill a chaotic overlord was enough to prove that Yi Shiwen was powerful, they still didn't expect that he was powerful to this extent. He killed a heavenly venerable with one blow. In his eyes, even a heavenly venerable was nothing at all. But what was even more infuriating was Yi Shiwen's attitude of not putting them in his eyes at all. For him, killing a heavenly venerable seemed to be nothing more than a trivial matter. He didn't even bat an eyelid, and just treated it like stepping on an ant on the roadside. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of gaze. When they looked at those creatures below the heavenly venerable level, it was like this. But now they were also treated like this, and their hearts felt extremely sullen. At the same time, they also felt a sense of fear dominating their whole body, and a chill ran down their spine. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Yi Shiwen moved. He took a step and returned to the battlefield in the eastern domain from the depths of the endless universe. Suddenly, everyone only saw that his body began to flash with thunder, and one by one, they surrounded him like a giant dragon. Yi Shiwen's control of the Thunder Law had also reached an incredible level, but it was covered by the brilliance of other laws, so it wasn't known. Wherever his figure passed, the outer domain coalition forces were covered by thunder and instantly destroyed. The massacre unfolded. Chapter 3595. Yi Shiwen killed his way into the army of the outer domain and instantly launched a massacre. The surface of his body was boiling with a huge amount of energy. It was the energy of the Talisman Tau era that had been stored in the supreme ancestral symbol for countless years. Under Yi Shiwen's control, this energy was transformed into a sea of thunder, which instantly drowned the foreign army. Countless foreign creatures screamed and turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many foreign celestial masters turned red. The massacre of a celestial master was terrifying enough, not to mention Yi Shiwen's level of combat power. Once he went all out, no one could stop him. How terrifying would it be? Yi Shiwen just kept walking into the depths of the foreign army. The violent energy and thunder around him was enough to tear all the strong enemies apart. Thousands of troops were completely destroyed in a second. They didn't even have the power to fight back. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, holding a long spear in his hand. He blocked in front of Yi Shiwen. It was a powerful celestial master, but he was wearing armor. Obviously, he had pushed his combat power to the peak. He wanted to stop Yi Shiwen. The more he knew how terrifying he was, the more he didn't dare to underestimate him, lest he lost his life like this. The long spear in his hand was densely packed with cracks. It seemed to be the result of fighting for countless years. It was unknown how many strong enemies he had fought to leave behind such injuries. In an instant, the world was illuminated. The void was burning, as if it was ignited by something. Countless spiritual energies were burned into nothingness in an instant. It was a long spear that cut through the sky like a dragon, directly blasting in front of Yi Shiwen. He had seen the power of Yi Shiwen casually killing a celestial master with a spear, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. He didn't even dare to let Yi Shiwen attack first. If he let Yi Shiwen attack first, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Shiwen grabbed towards the void with his big hand, and a huge star was pulled out from the universe by him out of thin air. Then, the star went up to meet the spear. Everyone could see the traces of the huge star in the void. Because it was too fast, it was burned red. Even from a distance, they could still see the supreme power. Boom! This long spear easily pierced through the entire planet. For an Empyrean, this was only a basic ability. A planet, or even a world, couldn't stop an Empyrean. The entire vast planet exploded in an instant. However, the real showdown had just begun. Yi Shiwen was holding a sword in his hand. His entire person was like an ancient demon god. His eyes were blooming with a cold light as he scurried through the void. The moment the vast planet was blasted through, He had already arrived in front of the heavenly venerable from the outer domain. So fast! A look of bewilderment flashed in the eyes of the heavenly venerables from the outer domain. One must know that the speed of a heavenly venerables was already very fast, exceeding the limits set by the speed law. However, Yi Shiwen's speed clearly surpassed this level. He was too strong. Everywhere he passed, one could see the scene of time flowing backwards. Affecting time with one's own speed was something that many Empyreans wanted to do. There were also some Empyreans who could do it. However, he had never seen anyone who could do it so easily to such an extent. Yi Shiwen's current absolute strength was really terrifying to the extreme. He could even kill a chaotic overlord with peak Empyrean combat power. The rest could be imagined. Clang! The sword light appeared, and the sound of a long sword being unsheathed could be heard. It directly slashed towards Yi Futian. It seemed like a simple sword, but countless divine chains of laws were neatly sliced into two. One could imagine how terrifying the attack power contained within it was. The first reaction that the Empyrean could do was to withdraw his long spear. His entire person instantly retreated 100,000 miles. He avoided Yi Shiwen's sword. It was just a simple sword, but the sword light that was slashed out was 100,000 miles long. It was like a sword dragon that was enough to destroy any strong enemy. Yi Shiwen sneered. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly. In just an instant, the sword aura surged and surged in the sky. The sword aura that was originally 100,000 miles long grew to millions of miles in an instant. It was like a sword dragon that grew up overnight. The sword light was very powerful, but it was suppressed by Yi Shiwen to a very small range. Otherwise, this side of the world would not be able to withstand the sword light that Yi Shiwen slashed out at this time. It was indeed powerful and terrifying. The sword light instantly pierced through the Empyrean of the outer domain. The Empyrean of the outer domain widened his eyes as if he couldn't imagine how powerful Yi Shiwen was now. With his strength, he could only kill a weakling with one move if he went all out. In the next moment, his physical body instantly exploded and turned into a sky full of blood rain that spread in all directions. The creatures of the eastern region below could clearly feel countless drops of blood raining down. Each drop was heavier than a mountain. Fortunately, the eastern region's array formations were activated at this time, blocking the blood rain. Otherwise, if the blood rain fell without any buffer, not only would it be unable to be absorbed by the land of the eastern region, but it would also smash the entire eastern region full of holes. The blood of an Empyrean was too terrifying. Ordinary creatures who obtained a drop would become like eating a great tonic, becoming a genius and invincible. Every time such a collision occurred, after such a war, countless geniuses would be born, and the eastern region would once again usher in an unprecedented scene of prosperity. Another Empyrean died easily in Yi Shiwen's hands. The entire outer domain coalition army was in an uproar. Several outer domain Empyreans had already gathered together, their expressions extremely solemn. Looks like it's impossible for us to escape unscathed like this. At this time, these Empyreans realized how bad the situation was. Ever since the outer domain coalition army attacked the Fortune God dynasty, the entire situation had been led by them. But now the situation had clearly gone out of control, and it had clearly exceeded the scope of their control. The current Yi Shiwen was too terrifying. He could easily kill an Empyrean, as if he was casually stepping on an ant. This kind of powerhouse had already broken the balance between the two sides. However, it was obvious that they didn't know that they were the ones who had forced Yi Shiwen to such a state. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have to use the supreme ancestral symbol in his current state. The price he had to pay every time he used the supreme ancestral symbol was extremely astonishing. If he had not been forced into a desperate situation, he would not have chosen to use the supreme ancestral symbol. But since he had already used it, then he would not be polite. While his body could still withstand the explosion of the supreme ancestral symbol, He would reverse the situation in one fell swoop and drive the entire outer domain army out of the eastern region. He could not interfere with the entire Fortune God dynasty's battlefield. The only thing he could control was the situation in the eastern region. Looking at the current situation, how could they not understand that Yi Shiwen was a great enemy? The two-peak outer domain heavenly venerables who were entangled with Xianyuan heavenly venerate and heavenly Dao sect chief were anxious. If they allowed Yi Shiwen to continue killing like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. They wanted to escape, but there was no way. At this time, they could already feel the depressed mood of Xianyuan heavenly venerate and heavenly Dao sect chief. They wanted to leave, but they could not. Someone was entangling them. But now, the position of host and guest had changed. They wanted to leave and support the other outer domain heavenly venerates. But how could Xianyuan heavenly venerate and heavenly Dao sect chief let them go so easily when they saw such a good opportunity? They entangled the two-peak outer domain heavenly venerates, preventing them from leaving. They knew that the two sides were in a stalemate. The outer domain heavenly venerates had more numbers and military strength, but the eastern region had the geographical advantage. They could use various formations and enchantments, so it was not like they could not fight. The entire battle was stuck, and neither side could really change the situation. But now that Yi Shiwen had appeared out of nowhere, directly killed the Chaos Overlord, and exploded with such powerful strength, it was enough to change the situation of the battle. As long as Yi Shiwen used it well, this battle was decided. Yi Shiwen killed the heavenly venerate with one strike, but not only did he not sweep out a blank domain, a few more figures appeared around him. They were the outer domain heavenly venerates. At this time, as long as the outer domain heavenly venerates could still be free, they had already arrived. Yi Shiwen was faintly surrounded by a momentum of encirclement. Both sides knew that this was the most critical moment. If Yi Shiwen killed these outer domain heavenly venerates, then it was only a matter of time before the outer domain coalition army was defeated. And Yi Shiwen obviously could not maintain the state for long. Killing the Chaos Overlord had taken up most of his time, and now there was not much time left for him to move freely. This was a battle that would determine the entire situation of the war between the two sides. Wu Zun, how long can you hold on? As long as you can't hold on, you will die today. An outer domain heavenly venerate spoke. He wanted to delay time, and at the same time he was very unhappy with this situation. He was a dignified heavenly venerate, but he was forced to join forces with others. Moreover, the purpose of joining forces was not to kill the opponent, but to delay time. This feeling was as sullen as it could be. Yi Shiwen did not have that kind of strength, and he just relied on other means. This feeling was even more uncomfortable. How long can I hold on? I think you can see that I really can't hold on for much longer, but it is enough to kill you. Yi Shiwen said faintly. He did not deny it. What was the use of denying at this time? The surface of his body was already densely packed with cracks, as if it would explode at any time. Arrogant. Such a big tone. I want to see how you kill people. Courting death. Chapter 3596. They knew that Yi Shiwen's strength was at its limit, but they had no other choice. If they couldn't stop Yi Shiwen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The combat strength of a peak heavenly venerate was really terrifying. In the fortune realm, the importance of a heavenly venerate to a tribe or a force was simply unimaginable. It was also because of this that they had no choice but to step forward. Wu Zun, although you are indeed powerful, you are too arrogant. A heavenly master said coldly. If Yi Shiwen had just erupted with such combat power, they wouldn't have dared to say so. But now Yi Shiwen was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. His body could explode at any time. It wasn't that he had no chance of winning in this situation. On the contrary, he had a good chance of winning. As long as he could drag it through the most critical moment, Yi Shiwen would be dead. Arrogant? I'm just stating the facts. Yi Shiwen was holding a treasure sword in his hand. It was the treasure sword that killed the Heavenly Master just now. However, it was just a treasure sword condensed from a group of sword Tao laws. It wasn't a real treasure sword. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his entire body exuded an indescribable majesty. The more indifferent he was, the more he seemed like a volcano that had yet to erupt. There was a violent power brewing within it that could explode at any time. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, his figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of an outer domain Heavenly Master. It was teleportation. In almost an instant, the entire galaxy was destroyed. The extreme brilliance of the starry sky quickly dimmed. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of this Heavenly Master. However, this Heavenly Master didn't show any fear on his face. On the contrary, he revealed a sneer as if his plan had succeeded. The moment Yi Shiwen appeared, the other Celestial Masters also attacked at the same time. They all attacked Yi Shiwen one after another. This was also a tacit understanding that they had formed long ago. With the ability of the Heavenly Masters, they could naturally form such an alliance without anyone noticing. This attack seemed to put him in a precarious situation, but in fact it was extremely safe because Yi Shiwen couldn't ignore his own safety and forcefully attack. Yi Shiwen raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't expect these Celestial Masters to join forces like this level of attack was far worse than when Chaos Overlord had attacked him previously. On the surface of his body, the clothes of destruction emitted waves of destruction that blocked the attacks of the great Heavenly Venerables. They simply couldn't get within 3 feet of him. It was as if they had smashed into something as hard as steel. Under everyone's gaze, those attacks shattered inch by inch, unable to break through the destructive waves of the clothes of destruction. This was a very special defensive method, using offense as defense. Destroying the opponent's attacks was a form of defense. Only someone like the Chaotic Overlord could directly pass through the waves of destruction and leave a huge mark on the clothes of destruction. Yi Shiwen's movements didn't slow down in the slightest. He fiercely slashed his sword towards that Celestial Master. That Celestial Master didn't even dream that Yi Shiwen would be so terrifying. The joint attack of the great Heavenly Venerables was completely ignored by Yi Shiwen and completely blocked by the Clothes of Destruction. Although the Clothes of Destruction was a very rare defensive Celestial Master Dao artifact, only Yi Shiwen could make the Clothes of Destruction perform to such an extent. The sword light trembled and poured down like a Milky Way waterfall. In an instant, it had already reached the body of that Celestial Master. The Celestial Master had almost no strength to fight back. The defensive boundary and array on his body had already disappeared the moment it rose up. Then he was smashed by the sword and his body exploded on the spot. His spirit was also destroyed in an instant. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all. There were countless unwillingness in his heart. There were countless things that he wanted to do. However, he still ushered in the final moments of his life here. No matter how many powerful enemies he had killed in the past, he was no different from those people in front of Yi Shiwen at this moment. With one sword, another Celestial Master was killed. Although this Celestial Master had the weakest cultivation among these Celestial Masters, he was only a 5th realm Celestial Master. Even Yi Shiwen's main body could easily defeat him, let alone now that he had such amazing strength. Such a scene was very shocking, but for the outer domain, this was an unacceptable loss. After all, every Celestial Master was unique. Every Celestial Master had their own glorious and resplendent legends. They were also the true core and pillar of a top clan in the outer domain. In the past, experts of this level had fallen before. However, compared to the one in front of them, they were undoubtedly insignificant. There was no struggle or bloody battle. Previously, when they fought against the Chaos Overlord, they had all gone through bloody battles. In particular, Yi Shiwen's body was full of dense cracks, and a lot of blood had flowed out. It was not like now, where he could kill a celestial master with just one move. This kind of creativity and strength was really too shocking. Impossible, how can this be? How can our clan's old ancestor die like this? No, this is fake, impossible, our clan's old ancestor. How can this person be so terrifying? Even if he is not in his peak state, I'm afraid he is invincible just by relying on his own strength. After killing another celestial master with one sword, Yi Shiwen's expression was as usual, as if he had just casually stepped on an ant on the roadside. He was not moved at all. He walked in the starry sky and directly killed the few celestial masters who had revealed themselves. They had already exposed their positions when they attacked Yi Shiwen. However, they hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would deal with the celestial master so quickly that they didn't even have the chance to react or change their positions. At this time, Yi Shiwen's eyes seemed to be able to see through thousands of voids. Everything was imprinted in his eyes. He could see the appearance of the celestial masters behind the layers of space. When the celestial masters saw Yi Shiwen's gaze, they suddenly felt a chill on their backs. The action just now was really too shocking. One person and one sword dared to attack the countless troops of the Outer Domain Coalition Army. This person was not crazy, but he had absolute confidence. Those celestial masters hurriedly avoided the endless space. They only felt that the space in front of them was not reliable. Yi Shiwen's gaze could actually penetrate the layers of void. They were afraid that he could also deal with existences like them. Let's join forces and kill him. I don't believe that he can persist for long alone. At this time, some people clearly saw some dense cracks on Yi Shiwen's body. The move just now seemed to be infinitely powerful, but because of this, it also consumed a lot of energy. Whether it was in terms of spiritual power or physical strength, it was an irreversible trend. Even the celestial masters like them could not avoid this trend. This was an opportunity for all of them. Kill me? A cold smile flashed across Yi Shiwen's mouth, and then his whole body was emitting golden light. The golden light was dazzling, as if he was a god cast in gold. At this time, Yi Shiwen moved. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and golden light spread out from the gaps of his fingers, evolving into a world pattern and blasted out a punch. The world seemed to be inverted, and the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged, sending all living beings to reincarnation. Just one punch made these celestial masters feel a huge sense of oppression. It was not simply targeted at any one of them, but at all the celestial masters at the same time. Several celestial masters joined forces and could not withstand the weight of this punch, let alone the foreign allied forces. Although they were the elites among the elites, they were still crushed by this coercion and knelt in the sky, shivering. Kill. Having been forced to this point, these celestial masters began to roar, and their hands also launched terrifying celestial master attacks, crushing towards Yi Shiwen. Such an attack was earth-shattering, and it was extremely terrifying. It was a pity that such an attack was futile in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation suppressed all their resistance. The entire universe was in a riot. Countless essences swept out in a frenzy like a turbulent tide. Thump, thump, thump. Under the coercion of Yi Shiwen's punch, these celestial masters retreated again and again, unable to resist at all. In the face of Yi Shiwen's offensive, they could only retreat in defeat, desperately defending. They just wanted to buy time, to delay until Yi Shiwen died, but how could Yi Shiwen give them any more time? From his body, a golden light flew out, turning into a seal that rotated above Yi Shiwen's head. It was the Martial Master Seal. Suddenly, the Martial Master Seal began to blossom with the divine brilliance of the nomological laws, scattering like rain. Then it began to expand with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. In just a moment, it became as huge as a mountain, smashing towards one of the celestial masters. Bang! This celestial master screamed, and his body was smashed into pieces. He could not resist at all. Although they were both heavenly venerates, The disparity between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. In particular, the martial supreme seal, which had been integrated with the Chi of Merit, was already a peak heavenly venerate Tao artifact. It was also one of the most powerful heavenly venerate Tao artifacts. How could this celestial master resist? In just an instant, he died tragically. The other celestial masters wanted to help, but they were suppressed by Yi Shiwen with one hand and blocked with another. They could not go forward at all, and on the contrary, they were constantly being defeated. The gap between the strength of the two sides was despairing. Chapter 3597. Yi Shiwen had forced these heavenly venerables to retreat with just one hand. This complete suppression made these heavenly venerables feel a sense of despair rising from the bottom of their hearts. The fear in their hearts climbed infinitely and occupied their entire bodies. They were extremely terrified. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it had happened in just a short period of time. Everything that happened made these heavenly venerables feel like they were in a dream. Even the Eastern Region Coalition Army of the Fortune God Dynasty looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. They only felt that it was completely unbelievable. There was a gap between heavenly venerables, and there was no doubt that Yi Shiwen was in his peak state right now. Invincible. Several heavenly venerables were beaten back again and again, vomiting blood. Some even began to have cracks on their bodies, just like Yi Shiwen. It was just that Yi Shiwen was being torn apart by the power of the supreme ancestral symbol, while they were being suppressed by Yi Shiwen's powerful strength. He had even injured his origin. He had achieved such a feat with his own strength. After this battle, the name of Wu Zun would spread throughout the entire Fortune God realm. Kill! A powerful foreign, heavenly venerable roared. He propped up a treasured cauldron, which emitted golden light that filled the sky and directly counterattacked Yi Shiwen. This treasured cauldron suppressed the void, and in the next instant, it was in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not evade the suppression of this treasured cauldron. With a roar, he stepped forward, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out, bombarding the treasured cauldron on the spot. Clang! There was a sound like metal clashing. Yi Shiwen blocked the treasured cauldron with his bare hands, and his fist blasted a huge fist mark on the treasured cauldron. Just like how the Chaos Overlord was able to leave a mark on Yi Shiwen's clothes of destruction, Yi Shiwen was also in a berserk and invincible state at this time. He was actually able to leave his own law mark on a celestial master Taoist tool. Thump, thump, thump. The foreign, heavenly venerable retreated again and again. The terrifying power from the treasured cauldron made his whole body tremble. At the same time, Yi Shiwen clenched his fist again and punched out. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled. An entire starry sky collapsed. Then he instantly punched out. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist pierced through the treasured cauldron, and his entire arm passed through it. Pooh! The outer realm celestial coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. The treasured cauldron was instantly severely damaged, and the heavenly venerate from the outer domain, who was connected to the treasured cauldron, was also severely injured. This was the formidable strength of his gilded tyrant body, combined with his monstrous and invincible magical power, destroying an Empyrean Tao artifact barehandedly. This was practically something that only existed in legends. It was unimaginable. The Empyrean was sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had arrived. But how could Yi Shiwen give him the opportunity to escape? The pores of his entire body spewed out sword energy, condensing into a giant sword above his head. Then, the giant sword fiercely fell down. Bang! The heavens and earth shook violently, as though a volcano was about to erupt. The sword light slashed down on the body of the celestial lord, causing him to be torn into pieces. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed in an instant. At this time, Yi Shiwen's sword ki was too cruel. It was like a scorching sun, and it had evaporated the soul. Another heavenly venerate was killed. Yi Shiwen had just killed a heavenly venerate, and his speed was even faster. The cracks on his body were gradually expanding, and there was not much time left for him. Seeing Yi Shiwen directly kill them, the remaining heavenly venerates were even more terrified. It was not that they had never encountered an incomparably powerful master, but they had never encountered someone who could kill a heavenly venerate so easily. And the other outer realm heavenly venerates finally could not sit still at this time. One after another, they wanted to leave their own battlefield and come to support. They all felt an extreme sense of threat from Yi Shiwen, and this Yi Shiwen would not last long. In this case, they could eradicate a great enemy. Moreover, if they allowed him to continue killing like this, the entire Outer Realm army would collapse. However, since they could see this, the Eastern region, Heavenly Venerables, could also see it. Everyone could see that the real outcome of this battle rested on Yi Shiwen. No matter what kind of thoughts they had about Yi Shiwen, they had to do their best to stop the opponent in front of them so that they could not support them. There were too many things to decide in this battle, and the Fortune God Dynasty's army was also about to return. If they made a mistake here, they were afraid that the Fortune God Dynasty would not let them off easily. Just as they tried to struggle and break free from the entanglement of their original opponents, Yi Shiwen had already killed another 2 heavenly venerates. His speed was too fast. The more time passed, the more serious Yi Shiwen's injuries were, and the faster his attacks were. At this time, there were only 3 heavenly venerates left. These 3 heavenly venerates did not escape because they had been forced into a dead end. At the same time, they also understood that if they did not join forces, they would only be defeated by Yi Shiwen one by one and die faster. The entire world was boiling, and the 3 heavenly venerates were crazy. Such a battle was beyond the imagination of the world. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the mountains shook, and the wild waves spread far and wide, annihilating the stars in the distance. Wherever the aftermath of the battle between the 2 sides passed, everything was destroyed, leaving only a pitch-black black hole, from which chaos poured out. The 3 heavenly venerates joined forces, causing Yi Shiwen's movements to slow down slightly. Among them, there was even a high-level 7th realm heavenly venerate who could resist Yi Shiwen for a while. With him as the core, they actually managed to hold Yi Shiwen back. They could only hold Yi Shiwen back and could not resist him. But even so, for the 3 heavenly venerates, it was already a pleasant surprise. Bang! 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 A series of sounds erupted. Yi Shiwen wielded the long sword in his hand, displaying the might of a long blade. Every slash caused the world to tremble. The 3 heavenly venerates did their best to join forces, but they could only delay for time. But every slash had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and most of them were blocked by the high-level 7th realm heavenly venerate who was at the forefront. His face became increasingly pale, and in front of him, the cracks on Yi Shiwen's body were getting bigger, but his expression became more indifferent without the slightest change. Roar! Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and all the spiritual energy in the world was absorbed into his body to replenish the spiritual power that he had consumed. The spiritual power in his body exploded, and suddenly a large expanse of divine light erupted, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed down. Puff! This foreign high-level heavenly master of the 7th realm had finally reached the limit of what he could withstand. The enchantment that he had created with his hands was smashed into pieces by Yi Shiwen's sword light. Then Yi Shiwen's sword light fell directly and chased after him. The foreign high-level heavenly master was cut in half on the spot. Ah! The high-level heavenly venerate screamed and was beheaded alive. And he was already the one who could resist the longest. The remaining 2 heavenly venerates flew out at the same time, spurting a mouthful of blood. Yi Shiwen's attack was too heavy, and they could only stall for time by joining forces. But at the same time, because they joined forces, Their injuries were shared equally. Before they could react and organize a counterattack, one of the heavenly venerates saw that Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him, and the long sword in his hand swept across the sky. The heavenly venerate's head, which was like a ferocious bird, was suddenly cut off and blood spurted out. The golden blood scattered like rain and fell on the eastern region like a heavy downpour. Before his body could fall, he was grabbed by Yi Shiwen. The bodies of these heavenly venerates were very important to Yi Shiwen, and they were poured into the world tree, waiting for the world tree to take shape. At this time, there were originally several heavenly venerates in the entire field, but now there was only one left. Not only was that heavenly venerate terrified, but even his face revealed an extremely horrified expression. He was frightened by Yi Shiwen. The heavenly venerate's blood splattered on Yi Shiwen's body, dripping drop by drop along his clothes of destruction. From the front, he looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Wu Zun, you have killed so many heavenly venerates from the eastern region. From now on, you will be the mortal enemy of the eastern region. We will not let you off. You can't stay in your current state for long, and you will definitely be severely injured. When that time comes, not only you, but your entire human race will also be annihilated. The heavenly venerate forcefully mustered up his courage and said. Yi Shiwen sneered. The heavenly venerate probably never expected that his words would not only fail to frighten Yi Shiwen, but on the contrary, arouse the murderous intent in Yi Shiwen's heart. Yi Shiwen saw that many heavenly venerates around him were about to break free from the entanglement and come to support him. He knew that he did not have much time left. His heavy breathing indicated that his body could not hold on any longer. Roar! Yi Shiwen roared, and the divine radiance around him was like rain. The light rain was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. He finally moved again. Fast! 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 His speed was so fast that it surpassed the speed of light and also the long river of time. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the heavenly venerate. The heavenly venerate was completely mad. He knew that this was the last moment. If he could hold on, Yi Shiwen would collapse, but if he couldn't, he would die. Bursts of light burst out from his body. Then, endless power erupted and attacked Yi Shiwen. However, how could he resist Yi Shiwen? It was just a punch, and all of them collapsed like a dream. When these attacks were smashed, Yi Shiwen's fist splattered with blood. His body was almost unable to hold on any longer. But even so, this punch instantly smashed the head of the heavenly venerate from the outer domain and penetrated it. He died instantly. Chapter 3598. At this point, the few celestial masters in front of Yi Shiwen had been slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. At this point, the gap between the celestial masters in the eastern region had been completely wiped out by Yi Shiwen. It should be said that Yi Shiwen had slaughtered all of them. He actually succeeded. Many celestial masters from various regions who were watching the battle from afar, some were having affairs, and some were from the Fortune God dynasty. At this time, they were immersed in endless shock. They were simply like statues frozen. This is simply a miracle. Just today's battle is enough to make his fierce name known for thousands of generations. It's over. The coalition army of the Stormy Sea region is finished. It's almost finished in the hands of one person. After killing the Chaos Overlord, he actually still has such an ability. It's simply a miracle, incredible. If we can't kill him in this battle, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill him, unless the Chaos Overlord can personally come out and kill Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen's body was already covered in blood. His breathing had begun to become completely uneven. He had reached the limit of his state. It could be said that the current Yi Shiwen had reached the most dangerous state. However, in the eyes of the armies of both sides, Yi Shiwen was the most dangerous person in the world. Even now, the power of killing celestial masters in one breath still left a lingering fear in everyone's hearts. They only felt that their hearts were trembling. Many people's bodies were stiff. They wanted to escape, but there was no way. It was as if they had been immobilized. At this time, Yishuin finally moved. He even felt that his thoughts had begun to blur. This was almost impossible for someone like him who had cultivated to this level. It could be seen from this that his body's current state could be seen. There was not much time left for him. Fortunately, he had killed all the celestial masters who wanted to get in the way. As soon as he moved, in an instant, the sky and earth changed color. The wind and clouds changed, and thunder and lightning broke out again. Under the control of the law of thunder and lightning, the sea of thunder and lightning flooded. The foreign coalition army that was included in the sea of thunder and lightning were swept away in an instant. They could not resist at all. Wherever he went, a sea of thunder and lightning would flood. His area of effect attack was truly terrifying. Some sovereign emperors seemed to have rushed to Yi Shiwen's surroundings and wanted to launch a surprise attack on him. Yi Shiwen's current state was really not good. This was something that everyone could see. Perhaps he could perform a miracle that ordinary people could not achieve. However, they were still too naive. They couldn't contend against Yi Shiwen even if he was in his weakest state. Around his body, the lightning energy rapidly changed, transforming into the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger. They guarded the four directions, and Yi Shiwen was the only celestial emperor in the world, controlling the great Tao of the world. These sovereign emperors hadn't even gotten close to Yi Shiwen when they were killed by the four-sided mythological beasts formed by the power of thunder. They became the food of these four-sided mythological beasts. Wherever he passed, he was like a celestial emperor patrolling the world, destroying all evil. No one could stop his footsteps. Millions, tens of millions of foreign troops died tragically in his sea of lightning. Finally, the foreign troops that had persisted until now couldn't hold on anymore and completely collapsed because they didn't have the slightest chance of winning, and they couldn't see the slightest hope. The celestial lords were easily killed in front of him one by one, and they were no different from ants in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Millions of them died. In such a situation where there was only death and no chance of winning, even the most resolute people couldn't hold on. Soon, the first people began to flee, and the appearance of the first person to flee was like the collapse of a domino card, bringing about a series of reactions. One person ran away, 10 people ran away, 100 people ran away, 1,000 people ran away, 10,000 people ran away, 100,000 people ran away, 1,000,000 people ran away. The neat and tidy army that was advancing forward had been defeated in an instant. Or it could be said that they had been frightened by Yi Shiwen and had been defeated by him alone. They collapsed one after another. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a landslide. No matter how many emperors shouted and tried to control the momentum of the defeated army, it was in vain. Even at this time, the army that was in a killing frenzy and only wanted to escape rushed towards the foreign emperors who wanted to control the situation. 1 or 2 might not be of much use, but once there were millions or even tens of millions of them, this flood was enough to drown any powerful enemy. No one could stop this tide. Even heavenly venerables would be drowned, let alone emperors. And these emperors who reacted quickly followed and fled for their lives, while those who reacted slowly were completely drowned. What kind of terrifying, crazy tide was this? What order, what discipline, what respect for the strong? All became bullshit and were instantly forgotten. And when the foreign heavenly venerables who were entangled with the fortune god dynasty's heavenly venerables saw this scene, they only felt disbelief, as if they had seen the most incredible miracle in the world. The army that was valiant and high-spirited before had now completely collapsed. Perhaps even they had encountered such a situation for the first time. Those who could be brought to conquer the eastern region were the best of the best in the Stormy Sea region, the elite of the elite army. It was almost impossible for the camp to collapse. And now, this scene had appeared in front of them. It was not because of the Eastern Region Coalition Army that they had collapsed, but because of Yi Shiwen alone. Hundreds of millions of troops could not stop his footsteps. He killed many heavenly venerables, and even the Chaos Overlord, the pillar of the foreign heavenly venerables, died tragically in his hands. These many factors added together were the root cause of the defeat of the foreign heavenly venerables. Kill! Yi Shiwen roared and did not give up. He directly chased after them, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of elite troops were completely annihilated under this palm. This time, the foreign heavenly venerables were even more afraid. They no longer had the slightest intention to resist. What courage, what bravery, what ferocity, all had disappeared completely. All that could make them stop and resist had disappeared without a trace. All of a sudden, the speed of their escape became faster. In a short time, there were countless casualties. They were not killed by Yi Shiwen or the Eastern Region Coalition Army, but were completely seeking their own deaths. Many trampled each other to death. Although the entire sky was very large, when the army that wanted to escape numbered in the hundreds of millions, the entire sky was blocked. The ones at the back had to escape faster than the ones at the front, and the ones at the front had to escape faster than the ones at the front. It was almost a one-sided defeat, and the elite troops of the Eastern Region Coalition Army were also instantly stunned. They did not expect that the foreign heavenly venerables, who were able to fight with the Eastern Region Coalition Army and even had the upper hand, would collapse just like that. They were defeated all the way, chased by Yi Shiwen all the way, and fled frantically, like a group of sheep being chased by a tiger. From the looks of it, it was obvious that it was not a feigned defeat. They had been defeated to such an extent, it could not be a feigned defeat at all. Even if there was such a plan, it could not be organized under the circumstances where the army had collapsed. Their reaction was also very fast, and they immediately organized the army to rush over. If they were to chase after them now, it would just be like beating a dog while it was down. It was no longer the army that could kill on par with them. For a time, there was another frenzy. The morale of the Eastern Region Coalition Army was like a rainbow, and they directly chased after them. They did not need to waste any effort at all, and they could chase after them. It's over, it's over. The Stormy Sea region is finished. In the distance, a celestial master muttered to himself. Seeing this scene, he had completely understood that the Stormy Sea region had no chance to turn things around this time. This time, under the pursuit of the Eastern region's great army, it would be considered good if more than half of them managed to escape. It could be said that the Stormy Sea region's vitality suffered a great loss this time. It could be said that the benefits they had plundered from the Fortune Divine dynasty when they were caught unprepared had all been lost in this battle. No matter how much wealth they plundered, it could not stop such a great loss of vitality. It was conceivable that after this battle, both sides would suffer a great loss of vitality, and it would no longer be possible to attack each other like before the war. There would be friction, and a great war could break out at any time. After this battle, both sides would need a long time to recover their vitality. It was originally a battle where the foreign heavenly venerables had an advantage, but in the end it turned into such a situation, and all this was attributed to Yi Shiwen, the person who changed the battle single-handedly. After this battle, even the creatures in the most remote places of the foreign heavenly venerables would have heard of this name. This battle had become the battle that truly made him famous. There were many old monsters who had been famous for God knows how many years, and even veteran celestial masters had become his foils in this battle. If the battlefield at this time was a painting, then Yi Shiwen would undoubtedly be the center of the entire painting, while the others, including the famous celestial masters, Xianyuan Tianzuan, and the heavenly Tao Sex Patriarch, had all become the green leaves that served as a foil to the red flower. He alone shined brightly, and no one could take away his glory. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not continue to chase. He was panting heavily. This battle had overdrawn all of his vitality. There was no way for him to chase any further. This battle, up to this point, He had used up all of his strength. The moment he ran out of energy, Xianyuan Tianzuan had already appeared by his side, protecting him from the outside world's Tianzuan, afraid that another Tianzuan would make a move. Just as Xianyuan Tianzuan arrived at Yi Shiwen's side, sure enough, a few divine senses swept over, and even a few attacks swept over. All of them were blocked by Xianyuan Tianzuan. Seeing this situation, the foreign heavenly venerables finally stopped. But everyone understood this battle was over. Yi Shiwen alone defeated the foreign heavenly venerables' allied forces. Chapter 3599. Yi Shiwen once again suppressed the supreme ancestral symbol in his body, but he only felt dizzy. Endless pain suddenly rushed into his mind, almost squeezing his brain to the point of bursting. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt, and many places were left with permanent injuries. Otherwise, with the regenerative ability of a heavenly master and the golden tyrant form, how could he be afraid of using the supreme ancestral symbol? These permanent injuries could not be healed at all, and could only be healed bit by bit. And this process would take an unknown amount of time. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would not have chosen to use the supreme ancestral symbol. This was a trump card and could not be used at any time. Every time it was used, it could be fatal. If the primal chaos overlord was just a bit stronger, the one who fell this time might not have been the primal chaos overlord, but him. Fortunately, his cultivation had improved during this time, reaching the peak of the 6th realm. If he had used the supreme ancestral symbol with the same cultivation as when he fought against the Moon City Lord, he would most likely have died at the hands of the primal chaos overlord. In terms of sharpness of attack, the primal chaos overlord was even stronger than the Moon City Lord. The progress he had made during this time was reflected vividly at this time. But even so, his current situation was extremely bad. If not for the protection of Xianyuan Tianzuan, he would have been killed by those heavenly masters who were eyeing him covetously. The strategy of those foreign heavenly masters was not wrong. As long as they could stall for time, they would be able to kill Yi Shiwen. But the problem was that they had underestimated their own strength and also underestimated Yi Shiwen's strength. And the price they paid for this was their own lives. Thank you for your help, friend. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands. There were all kinds of cracks on the surface of his body. From afar, it was extremely frightening, but in the end, he still held on. No worries, it was just a small effort on my part. Today, we were able to defeat the foreign allied forces and drive them away, and you are the main contributor. Xianyuan Tianzuan looked at Yi Shiwen, his eyes incomparably complicated. No matter what means Yi Shiwen had used, he indeed possessed the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Shiwen. From now on, Yi Shiwen's status wouldn't be lower than Yi Shiwen's. After this battle, Yi Shiwen would already have half of the position of Eastern Celestial Lord. What he said was also from the bottom of his heart. With his cultivation and status, he naturally didn't need to curry favor with Yi Shiwen. These were also the words in his heart. Yi Shiwen's performance was indeed amazing. Originally, the other side had one more peak celestial master than their side. It was an absolutely dangerous thing. The whole situation was very unfavorable for the eastern region. However, Yi Shiwen had reversed such a disadvantageous situation with his own strength. Moreover, he had completely transformed the advantage into a hearty victory. He had completely laid the foundation for the eastern region's victory. Now, under the leadership of the Heavenly School's hierarch, the eastern region's army had launched a ruthless pursuit of the foreign army. Although they could also reap a lot of benefits, Yi Shiwen was the one who had taken the most credit. After this battle, the rumors about Yi Shiwen's candidacy for the position of Eastern Celestial Lord would dissipate. Yi Shiwen wasn't bad in terms of strength or contributions. Moreover, his lack of qualifications was a joke at this time. No one would care about it anymore. I'll just do my best, Yi Shiwen said with a grin. He had only affected the injuries all over his body. Hundreds of millions of kinds of pain erupted in an instant. Even with his calmness and mental cultivation, the pain still made him grimace in pain. Before, when he was fighting with all his strength, his mind was in an extremely calm state, so he didn't notice it. But now, all the negative effects had erupted. What a good do my best, ah! This do my best is something that many people can't do. Xianyuan Tianzuan said, "In this battle, I also have a lot of things that I would like to ask fellow Taoist. During this period of time, would it be okay for me to visit fellow Taoist in the Divine Court? Since fellow Taoist is willing to come, the entire human race will naturally welcome you with open arms." Yi Shiwen hurriedly said, feeling a bit grateful in his heart, because he knew very well that Xianyuan Tianzuan saying that he would ask for Yi Shiwen's help was actually just an excuse. The real reason was because he wanted to protect Yi Shiwen, who was in his weakest state ever. Right now, although Yi Shiwen could still maintain the battle prowess of a heavenly master, he was already at the bottom of the heavenly masters. Any heavenly master could easily kill him. Xianyuan Tianzuan was showing his stance, protecting him. If anyone dared to attack Yi Shiwen at this time, they would be going against Xianyuan Tianzuan, who could withstand the anger of a peak heavenly master. Although Xianyuan Tianzuan and Yi Shiwen haven't known each other for a long time, and they have met many times, but Xianyuan Tianzuan has indeed helped Yi Shiwen many times. Not everyone is like some heavenly masters who hate Yi Shiwen to the bone. That's fine. I'll stay with your human race for a while. I don't have anywhere else to go anyway. Xianyuan Tianzuan saw that Yi Shiwen understood and couldn't help but smile. He was a free and easy person, and couldn't stand those dirty things. If he wasn't there to protect Yi Shiwen, there might really be some people who would risk universal condemnation to kill Yi Shiwen. Right now, there were many people who were grateful to Yi Shiwen, but there were also quite a few who wished that Yi Shiwen would die without a grave. Normally, they were afraid of Yi Shiwen's strength and didn't dare to come out, but now they didn't have such concerns. Right now, Yi Shiwen was in his weakest state ever, so it was a good opportunity for them to act. Aside from these people who were secretly trying to kill Yi Shiwen, in his opinion, the bigger problem was still the outer domain. With so many heavenly masters in the outer domain, there was no guarantee that some of them wouldn't sneak into the eastern domain to kill Yi Shiwen. If such a day really came, Yi Shiwen would definitely die. Yi Shiwen's temperament was also to his liking, so he wanted to protect him. The conversation between Xianyuan Tianzuan and Yi Shiwen was not hidden from anyone, so the heavenly masters who were paying attention to this side also knew Xianyuan Tianzuan's attitude. Many people were indeed tempted to act against Yi Shiwen, but now they probably didn't have the courage to do so. Moreover, they didn't dare to show any hostility, hiding it very deeply. As long as Yi Shiwen could endure this, there was a high possibility that the position of Eastern Heavenly Master would fall into his hands in the future. Offending a future Eastern Heavenly Master, no matter how one looked at it, was not a good thing. Feeling that the surrounding probing gazes had disappeared, Yi Shiwen glanced at Xianyuan Tianzuan, and the two of them took a step forward, leaping towards the direction of the human race's divine palace. The unprecedented war between the Eastern Domain and the Stormy Sea region had finally come to an end. The outcome of this war was not unexpected. With the strength of the Fortune God dynasty and the Outer Domain, it was normal to see who won and who lost. The gap between the two sides wasn't that big. However, what was truly beyond everyone's expectations was Yi Shiwen. From the moment he had appeared out of nowhere, he had shone brilliantly. He had single-handedly destroyed the entire Stormy Sea area. A single person slaughtering a heavenly master from the Outer Domain was enough to shock the world. The entire Outer Domain's army could be said to have been destroyed by him alone. He single-handedly broke the siege of the Eastern Heavenly Master Mansion, and single-handedly gathered the Eastern Domain's army to confront the Outer Domain's army. In the end, he single-handedly killed a number of Heavenly Masters, causing the Outer Domain's allied army to collapse. In this war, his light shone brightly in the world, and no one could take away the light that belonged to him. After this war, whether they were willing or not, people could only classify him as a peak heavenly master. Since ancient times, there had been many heavenly masters, but those who could stand in that position were few and far between. Especially those who could be recognized by the public, it was even more pitiful. And this war made Yi Shiwen's reputation soar in the Eastern domain. It could be said that with the Eastern Heavenly Master stepping down and becoming a Middle Heavenly Master, there was no one in the Eastern domain who could be compared to Yi Shiwen. Just the fact that he had saved the Eastern region was enough for him to become a myth and legend for countless people in the Eastern region for countless years. His legend would be passed down to future generations, and he would become a legend that would never fade with time. This battle was earth-shattering. It had completely changed the structure of the Eastern domain. Some of the forces that had been dominating the Eastern domain had been swept clean in this battle. At least half of the Eastern domain's territory had been emptied, and these territories were quickly divided up by the veteran Heavenly Venerables. No matter what kind of rumors, in the end, the name Wu Zun could not escape. During this period of time, he was the center of countless legends. Soon, such a battle record spread from the Eastern domain to the other domains, and the legend of Yi Shiwen also spread in each domain. Many people were depressed in their hearts. How could there not be such a person in their domain who could turn the tide at the most critical time and save the people of the domain? This also made Yi Shiwen's name spread throughout the entire 5 domains of the Fortune God dynasty. Although Yi Shiwen also had a big reputation before, it was concentrated among the heavenly masters and emperor lords, and the lower-level creatures had not heard of Yi Shiwen's name. This was because the territory of the Fortune Divine Dynasty was too vast. Other than heavenly venerables who could easily cross large regions, even emperors would find it difficult to cross large regions, not to mention those quasi-emperors and god-kings. Without the transmission arrays, it would be difficult for them to leave the large regions they were in, and the time required to do so was too long. Now, with the spread of this war, Yi Shiwen's name as Wu Zun shook the world, and he could be mentioned in the same breath as the original 4 heavenly masters of the Eastern, Southern, Western, and space-time heavenly masters. And just as this legend became more and more intense, the army of the Fortune God dynasty finally rushed back. Once this news spread, it immediately overshadowed many of the original legends about Yi Shiwen. Compared to Yi Shiwen, the return of the Fortune God dynasty's army was obviously more impactful. Chapter 3600. The Fortune God dynasty's army had finally returned. Countless people in the Fortune God dynasty had been waiting day and night for this scene to finally happen. Ever since the foreign domains invaded, the Fortune God dynasty's army had been forced to retreat, and all the major forces had been uprooted. Even those colossal existences with imperial monarchs that were known as immortal inheritances were being uprooted one after another, without being able to fight back at all. Facing such a scene, it was as if the end of the world had come. Everyone had been waiting for the Fortune God dynasty's army to return. In the beginning, they didn't think much of it. As long as the Fortune God dynasty's army returned, it would only be a matter of time before they recaptured their lost territories and drove the foreign domains out. But soon, a rumor began to spread. The Fortune God dynasty's army had been annihilated in the hands of the Devil Dao era. The crux of the matter was that these rumors had spread throughout the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty in a single night, becoming more and more intense. It was impossible to extinguish them. Moreover, the details of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army's annihilation could stand up to scrutiny, and it was very likely that it had happened. In addition, the Fortune God Dynasty's higher-ups did not come forward to refute these rumors. Thus, many people believed this rumor from the bottom of their hearts. Then, the entire Fortune God Dynasty's army retreated in defeat. Many people lamented. Was the Fortune God Dynasty, which had been established for countless years, really going to fall? Many people might have complained about the Fortune God Dynasty on normal days, But at this time, they understood the significance of the Fortune God dynasty to the entire fortune world. Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, Yi Shiwen appeared out of nowhere. He defeated the several great heavenly venerables who had besieged the eastern heavenly venerables by himself. When he returned, he brought back a piece of news. The Fortune God dynasty's army hadn't left the world yet. It would just take some time before they could completely retreat. Hearing Yi Shiwen's words, many people felt a lot more at ease. Even though many people were still skeptical about Yi Shiwen's words, they still felt that since the Fortune God dynasty's army was fine, why didn't they return together with them? Therefore, many people held a reserved attitude until Yi Shiwen led the eastern region and defeated the army of the Stormy Sea area. Only then did many people feel hopeful. Right at this time, the Fortune God dynasty's return spread like wildfire throughout the entire Fortune God dynasty. Countless people who had been waiting for the Fortune God dynasty's return for a long time rushed to spread the news, crying tears of joy. The Fortune God dynasty's army had returned. This news was akin to a sea-stabilizing needle, stabilizing the hearts of the Fortune God dynasty's people. Many people who had been itching to make a move immediately stopped, not daring to stand in the way of this great momentum. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. The Fortune God dynasty's army had returned, and the Fortune God dynasty was about to recapture their lost territories. This became the belief of many. When the Fortune Divine dynasty's army returned, they did not fail to live up to everyone's expectations. The moment they returned, they immediately organized their armies to launch a counterattack. Initially, the Fortune God dynasty's elite army had been taken away by the Middle Heavenly Venerables, but now that they had returned, it was only natural for them to launch a counterattack. With the Fortune God dynasty's elite army strength, they joined the crusade and defeated the Foreign Domains army in an instant. The Foreign Domains army was not as organized as the Fortune God dynasty's army. The reason they were able to sweep the Foreign Domains army was largely due to the Fortune God dynasty's elite army being transferred away. On top of that, they were like a group of dragons without a leader. But now, with the return of the expeditionary army, these problems had been solved. Facing the Foreign Domains allied army, they were no longer at a disadvantage. In fact, they even had the upper hand. With the return of the Middle Heavenly Venerables, the Central Region's forces were mobilized to support the other regions. A considerable portion of the Fortune God dynasty's army that had returned from the Eastern region was also sent to other regions to provide support. Because the Eastern region's war had ended early, the Fortune God dynasty's army had been driven out of the Stormy Sea region's army without needing to be mobilized. Moreover, in the pursuit of the Stormy Sea region's army, nearly half of the Stormy Sea region's army had been killed. The Stormy Sea region's vitality had been greatly damaged, and many tribes had been exterminated. Therefore, as long as a portion of the army was left behind to guard the Stormy Sea region's army, it would be fine. With the addition of fresh troops, the situation on the battlefield that had been in a stalemate was reversed. The Fortune Divine dynasty's main battlefield had fully displayed its advantage, and the foreign allied forces were forced to retreat again and again. Soon, they had the upper hand on the entire battlefield, especially after the Southern Heavenly Venerables, Western Heavenly Venerables, and the others joined in. The overall situation became very clear. Even among the peak Heavenly Venerables, the Fortune God dynasty's Heavenly Venerables were still the top few. Under this crazy counterattack, the Foreign Domains allied army retreated as quickly as they came. In less than a year, they had been driven out of the Fortune God dynasty's territory. This time, the Fortune God dynasty also suffered heavy losses. They lost more than 1/3 of their elite army in the Battle of Moon City, which was already a huge blow to their vitality. In addition, the army stationed in the Fortune God dynasty's territory had been routed many times and suffered heavy losses. It was unknown how much of the Fortune God dynasty's territory's resources and wealth had been plundered. During this period of time, the foreign domain's allied army had encountered the Fortune God dynasty's crazy counterattack. No one knew how many experts had fallen. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. At this point, the war could be considered to have stopped. Both sides were unable to launch further attacks. Both sides were shrinking their defensive lines, trying their best to avoid a bigger battle. Neither side could bear the consequences of continuing to fight to the death. In order not to perish together, both sides had a tacit understanding to stop attacking each other. Both sides were very clear that the martial epic was not the only epic in this world. Outside the martial epic, there were countless surviving ancient epics that were eyeing the entire Fortune world covetously. They were constantly thinking of invading the Fortune world and destroying the martial epic. In this kind of situation, unless one side had absolute confidence in destroying the other side, it was impossible to truly fight this kind of mutually destructive battle. If one side was crippled, the ancient epics would benefit. The foreign domain's allied army also knew that the Fortune God dynasty's territory was the Fortune God dynasty's bottom line. If they couldn't recover their territory, they would definitely launch a crazy counterattack. In addition, the Fortune God dynasty's elite army had returned, and their strength had soared. They really couldn't withstand the Fortune God dynasty's attack. Hence, they could only retreat half-heartedly. After withdrawing from the Fortune God dynasty's territory, both sides resumed their peace. Compared to the previous calm on the surface, this time was an unprecedented calm. Neither side had the strength to cause any more friction. Especially in this expedition to the Fortune Divine Dynasty, they had suffered another heavy blow. God knows how many tribes and tribes' elite armies had suffered devastating losses, and entire tribes and tribes have been uprooted. These annihilated tribes naturally didn't have the qualifications to occupy better territory. In order to compete for these territories, the foreign domains once again set off a reign of terror. In the Outlands, there was no concept of peaceful development or common development. If one race occupied a bit more resources, then the other races occupied a lot less. Therefore, the development of a tribe was inevitably accompanied by a reign of terror, a life and death struggle. Those tribes whose elites were completely annihilated, no matter how glorious they were and how influential they were, they couldn't defend their original territory under such circumstances. Other than these battles for territories, the numerous resources and wealth they had plundered from the Fortune Divine Dynasty needed to be distributed. From top to bottom, the largest portion was divided among the clans with Empyrean masters, followed by the imperial clans with emperors, and then the rest of the clans. Layer by layer, the resources were divided. Fortunately, there was a lot of resources and wealth plundered this time. Even the tribes at the bottom got a lot of good things. The overall strength of the foreign domains had increased a lot, narrowing the gap between them and the Fortune God dynasty. Originally, the Fortune God dynasty occupied the most prosperous land in the entire Fortune world, as well as the majority of the wealth and resources. If it weren't for the harsh living environment in the foreign domains and the incomparably ferocious beasts that were difficult to conquer, the foreign domains would have been razed to the ground by the Fortune God dynasty. Although the foreign domains were also very powerful, if the Fortune God dynasty was willing to pay the price, it could also raze the foreign domains to the ground. However, no one in the Fortune God dynasty was willing to pay such a price. Although there were many benefits in destroying the foreign domains, no one knew if they would fall in such a war. If that happened, it would only be a wedding dress for others. Now that they had plundered so much of the Fortune God dynasty's wealth, the foreign domains had narrowed the most fundamental strength gap between the Fortune God dynasty and the foreign domains. Therefore, just dividing the internal territories and the wealth from the Fortune God dynasty was enough to keep the foreign domains' tribes busy for a long time. No one had the mood to continue creating friction with the Fortune God dynasty. For the Fortune God dynasty, this period of time was very important. With this period of time, the Fortune God dynasty could catch a breath from the continuous heavy blows and not be damaged to the core. However, with the Fortune God dynasty's deep heritage, it would take a very long time to recover from this series of heavy blows. However, the current situation was even worse. The Chaos Overlord could appear at any time and lead the foreign domains to attack the Fortune God dynasty, while the ancient era forces were eyeing the Fortune world covetously. Internal troubles and external aggression. Chapter 3601. With the return of the Fortune God dynasty's army, the foreign armies were successfully driven out of the Fortune God dynasty's territory. However, the situation of internal and external troubles did not change. The losses suffered in this series of events were the Fortune Divine dynasty's most elite forces. No one knew how long it would take for the Fortune Divine dynasty to recover from these losses. This had already determined that the Fortune Divine dynasty would be in a state of strategic retreat for a very long time in the future. They would not be as aggressive as they were before. The Fortune Divine dynasty's invincible confidence in being able to face attacks from foreign lands and ancient eras wasn't without reason. They weren't even worried about entering the battlefield of other eras. There was indeed a reason why they were confident in themselves. The foreign lands were digesting the gains and losses this time, and so was the Fortune God dynasty. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and many tribes were uprooted. It had been many years since the Fortune God dynasty had suffered such heavy losses. At this time, the tribes that had been invaded by the foreign lands had either been uprooted or surrendered to the foreign lands, becoming the vanguard of the foreign lands army. Facing these two-faced tribes, the Fortune Divine dynasty's attitude was only one, and that was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The ones responsible for taking action were the veteran Heavenly Venerables. After returning from the Road of Fortune, they found that there was no territory for them in the entire Fortune God dynasty. During this period of time, they were sullenly holed up like turtles. Now, they finally had a chance to take action. Naturally, they would take action to wipe out the tribes in their own territories. Although the Fortune God dynasty was currently in a situation of internal and external troubles, the Fortune God dynasty's handling was even more unyielding. They would not allow anyone to be half-hearted. If they let them go this time, wouldn't it be telling all tribes that they could surrender at will? Then the next time they faced such a situation, it would be terrifying to think about it. While the Fortune God dynasty was dealing with the aftermath of the war, Yishuin was in seclusion in the divine court to recover from his injuries. This time his injuries were too serious. At this time, the chaos in the Fortune God dynasty and the foreign armies had nothing to do with him. He couldn't care less. In fact, he didn't even have the time to meet the human emperor and the other elite troops of the human race when they returned. He had to seize every minute and every second to recover from his injuries. Fortunately, with Xian Yuan Tianzuin's presence in the divine court, all matters of the human race were carried out in an orderly manner. So no Tianzuin dared to cause trouble here. Emperors, quasi-emperors, god-kings, and the like had come from all over the eastern region to make a pilgrimage in the past few years. They wanted to see Shiwen and thank him for everything he had done for the eastern region. Of course, they couldn't see Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, who was in closed-door training, couldn't see anyone, let alone these people. Yi Shiwen was finally able to catch his breath after a few years. He was no longer in a state where he could die at any time. It could be said that he had passed through the most dangerous stage. But even so, there was no way for him to recover from the injuries he had suffered. The rate of recovery was not ideal. According to the normal rate of recovery, it might take tens of thousands of years to completely recover. Therefore, for him, every time he used the supreme ancestral symbol, there was great danger. If he wasn't forced into a dead end, he wouldn't have used it. Not only could he self-destruct in the process of using the supreme ancestral symbol, even if he used it to kill a powerful enemy, he could be killed afterwards, because he was too weak at that time. At this time, he finally understood why Heavenly Talisman Immortal chose to rely on him and even gave him the supreme ancestral symbol. The power of this thing was infinite, but who could bear the consequences? After using it, Heavenly Talisman Immortal hadn't recovered from his injuries, even after more than 10,000 years. The last time he used it, he had narrowly escaped death and almost died in the hands of Crimson Hair Archdevil. It was only because of a fortuitous encounter that he was able to recover so quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make it in time for the Fortune God Dynasty's army to recapture Moon City. If he didn't make it in time, the Fortune God Dynasty's elite army might not have been able to escape, and all of them would have suffered heavy losses. And in the end, without his intervention, the human race would have been destroyed, and even the Eastern Heavenly Venerate residents might have been captured. The consequences would have been too severe. There were many things that were linked to each other. As long as one of them was missed, then the rest would be completely unattainable. Such injuries would take a very long time to recover. Therefore, the entire Fortune God dynasty was in chaos now, and he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have the energy to interfere. After this battle, the entire Fortune world situation would undergo tremendous changes. Whether it was the outer domain or the Fortune divine dynasty, they would not be able to pass this peacefully. There would definitely be earth-shaking changes. Moreover, it would not be uncommon to fight for territory. However, he didn't let the human race take advantage of the victory to expand their territory. The human race had just obtained their current territory for more than 10,000 years, and they had not fully digested it yet. Moreover, he wanted to compete for the Eastern Heavenly Venerate position, so some things couldn't be done too obviously. What worried him was that he would miss the Eastern Heavenly Venerate selection because of this battle. Then all his hard work during this period of time could be said to have been in vain. Although he had made great contributions during this period, it was an indisputable fact that he was seriously injured. The Eastern Domain could not be without a leader. Even the Central Domain had space-time Heavenly Venerate to manage it. Just as Yi Shiwen was worrying about the Eastern Heavenly Venerate selection, a Heavenly Venerate came to Divine Court. It was Warlord, who he hadn't seen for a long time. During this time, Warlord was busy helping the Middle Heavenly Venerates stabilize the various situations in the Fortune God dynasty. Even though he knew that Yi Shiwen was injured, he didn't come personally. He only sent his disciple, Butterfly Sovereign, to visit Yi Shiwen. However, in the end, he didn't see Yi Shiwen, who was seriously injured. It was Moon Empress Bianxiaya who received him. Now that the entire Fortune God dynasty situation had stabilized a little, Warlord personally came. This time, even Yi Shiwen was alarmed. He was the first Heavenly Venerate to visit after the battle. During this period, these Heavenly Venerates were busy stabilizing the situation in various places or fighting for territory. No one had the time to visit Yi Shiwen. In a space in the depths of the Divine Court, Yi Shiwen sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, and opposite him, Zhan Zun sat opposite. Taoist Wu Zun's injury seems to be very serious. Warlord looked at Yi Shiwen and said, although Yi Shiwen seemed to be fine from the outside, he could feel that Yi Shiwen's momentum was far less than before. Although Yi Shiwen's realm and strength had stabilized at the Heavenly Venerate level, it couldn't be compared to his peak. Even with the recovery ability of a Heavenly Venerate level, he was still injured like this. This showed how serious his injury was this time. After returning from the Era battlefield, Warlord also heard about Yi Shiwen's many achievements. Among them, the most brilliant one was naturally defeating the army of the Stormsea region with his own strength. Compared to the attention of others, these Heavenly Venerates paid more attention to Yi Shiwen's achievement in defeating the Chaos Overlord. Although it was only a trace of spirit, everyone knew that in terms of strength, it was already the strength of a peak Emperor Lord. It was not something that ordinary people could contend with. But Yi Shiwen not only blocked it, but also killed the Chaos Overlord. This kind of terrifying strength couldn't help but shock the Heavenly Venerates. Especially in the beginning, many people almost thought that it was a false rumor. How could Yi Shiwen do such a thing? It was simply unbelievable. How could they easily believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? However, more and more details came later, which made these people have no choice but to admit that Yi Shiwen had indeed done it. However, the price to do so was very heavy. Even with Yi Shiwen's strength, he still hadn't recovered after such a long time. There was really nothing in this world that could be done easily. It's really serious, Yi Shiwen said with a grin. The news that he was seriously injured had probably spread throughout the Fortune God dynasty. He had just become famous in the world, but then there was the rumor that he was seriously injured. This made him feel a little helpless. I'm sorry, there were too many things to do during this time, so I couldn't come immediately, said Warlord. It's okay. If you came previously, I'm afraid I couldn't come to see you, said Yi Shiwen. He had just barely suppressed a part of his injury recently. If Warlord came too early, he might not have had the time to meet him. Middle Heavenly Venerate also asked me to bring his greetings, but he has a lot of things to do. He has to manage the entire Fortune God dynasty. You know this, so he really can't find the time to come, said Warlord. Well, it's okay. It's just a small matter, but it has also affected everyone's concern, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. He didn't take it to heart. Compared to this kind of superficial matter, he was more concerned about practical benefits. In addition to bringing greetings, I also brought something that should be helpful to Taoism friends' current situation, said Warlord. As he said, Warlord's palm turned slightly, and a pitch-black porcelain bottle appeared on his palm. Then he looked at Yi Shiwen and continued. This is a drop of 9 extremes divine water. It has a great effect on healing. It is a treasure obtained by the Fortune God dynasty in the endless chaos. Among the many treasures of the Fortune God dynasty, it is also extremely rare. I think it should be the most suitable healing treasure for Taoism friends' current state.